Welcome, I'm your theloladass. So today I'm gonna bring you Love, Death, and Veggies, because there says plus veg, but there is Love, Death, and Veggies. So this game came out yesterday. I think it was yesterday, if I'm not wrong. And it's a visual novel where you have 6 stories. As you can see, the stories are in here. That is Alley of the Worlds, Nocturne, Here There Be Humans, Veggies, warming her cold palms with my breath, and Ace Detectives. So you have 6 stories. I don't know if there is multiplayer or not for each story. I think you can change it. Let me only see it. No, right? 6 unique stories, beautiful artwork and CG. Okay. So it's like 6 stories on one game. That's good. It's first time that I see something like this. And of course, it's a visual novel, a lot about story and artwork. So I'm gonna try to do. You can press in here to see the story, all the stories if you want, or you can go in here and press who you want. The Veggies. So let's start with this Alley of the Worlds. I'm gonna do it in order. Let's see, what is this? I messed up again, did everything wrong as usual. Apparently there are special people who always make the wrong decision, and I'm one of them. Perhaps I should give up and accept it. People tend to make mistakes. This simple truth bores me, and to be honest, it doesn't help at all. People tend to only sometimes make mistakes, but I do it with inviolable constancy. Why do I wonder, change out of barbarian suit into trousers and a jacket with a tie, and I even got a boutonniere. I'm at Comic Con. Everyone here is in a costume of elves, dwarves, and other fantasy race. And here it is, the developer polish, that is 7 dots. That those make the game unpolished is this 7 dots. there is a hostess at this stand, a girl in light armor wearing lovely elven ears. A beard dwarf with an impressive axe on his back is hanging out about her, and here I am in a waiter's costume. Okay, so the elf girl. Yippee, you have come, help me clear the table. We had a party here to celebrate the end of convention. The gnome will help you. So the waiter's costume came in handy because I was invited to clean up. The gnome sniffs resentfully and stares at me with hatred, as if I had offended him in some way. The dwarf and I move along the table, collecting empty plastic plates and empty glasses. The short guy is breathing viciously into my back, and I can almost feel him scratching me with his hateful look. The elf girl is mine, got it? Dare to hit on her and I will scratch up your face. Well, apparently he's able to scratch physically too, although it's pretty strange to hear it from such a belligerent creature. But the malicious whisper scares me a little. He seems pretty serious about the threat. I pretend that I didn't hear him and continue with the cleaning. I dump the plastic cups in the trash, then I notice a full glass and take the straw out of the lid to take a sip. What were they drinking? I don't recognize the taste. After all, alcohol is forbidden here. Let me pass, you beanpole. That's insulting. I'm a very thin person, so it's easy to get past me. Boy, apparently the barbarian costume was a bad choice too. You couldn't hope to find such mopey barbarians. If I made it to Sparta, even as an adult, I still probably would have been thrown into the pit for detective babies. I bet they would have peeled stones on me, so I wouldn't have crawled my way back up. How it's going there? Good job, you two. We did a good job indeed, but you, the owner of the stand, did absolutely nothing. However, I already realized that what I would be called here for. And Shorty, I feel bad talking about him like that, but he started it. Still, I think the elfin girl's pretty too. When I was wandering around the corn in the afternoon, I stopped dead at her merchandise stand. I was struck by her refined appearance. I bet if she didn't have those long ears, I would have taken her for an elf anyway, or some kind of angel. Back then I pretended to be interested in the strange, unknown stuff on her stand. She told me in secret that one item looks like an elfin artifact, but is in fact a real alien device from another planet. Her dad, an archaeologist, brought this thing home for an expedition. Is sure of its unhealthy origin, and she secretly brought it from the convention. Her fantasy amused me, but I didn't say anything. Telling tall tales to visitors is a light and pleasant job. It doesn't require belief in any nonsense, it's just part of the overall atmosphere. Although back then I couldn't focus on anything besides her beauty. And of course I was very happy when she looked at my skinny figure in an oversized suit and invited me to her booth when the event was over. What a naive buffoon I was. Now I'm here cleaning up garbage, drinking some unknown swill and humiliating myself. And there's this dwarf too. Who will call me a cab? And comes the dwarf running. I didn't even have time to answer. The dwarf rushed to the elf, pushing me roughly aside. The drink splashed out of the cup and lands on the elfin artifact / alien device. There comes a soft chime. The dwarf is taking my elf girl away towards the exit, and I stare at the artifact and try to pinch myself with numb fingers. The liquid is absorbed into the surface of the fake prop. Then it starts glowing, and above its surface something appears right in front of me. If I was playing on a computer game or watching a movie, I would call it a portal. It's glowing and flickering. It hangs in the air and shimmers. It's real. Hey, are you seeing this? Instead of an answer, I feel a hard kick in the ass. I drop the glass and step forward to keep my balance, straight into the magical radius of the portal. No, they didn't see crap. Otherwise, the elf would have gasped and the dwarf would have immediately grabbed it and wouldn't have kicked my lower back. So it seems that we had Alex. I fall into glowing mirror and fly. Where to? To another galaxy, another world, to the next world? Hell if I know. All thoughts leave my head and scatter over the infinite of the universe. Hello miracle world, here I come. It's not like I've been given any option. Who would have thought that a kick in the ass would have saved me from madness? Instead of panicking and going crazy, I get angry. That vile, sneaky shorty. I appear to be in the middle of a small tavern and try to catch my breath. I get the weird feeling that gravity here is slightly different. I have the urge to jump and fly again, or fall. The air feels different too, warmer, sweeter, cleaner. But the euphoria of flight is already fading from my body and anger takes its place. I look around and finally see him, my abuser. The dwarf is sitting at one of the tables and frowning with displeasure. He's sipping something from a mug. My elf girl is sitting right next to him. Why did you do that? And here I thought the tone of my voice will make him back up. Instead, Shorty glanced at me condescendingly, as if looking down at me from above, even though he's short and sitting. What exactly do you mean? Why did you kick me? I went into this portal and I stopped. Okay, wait a minute. What portal? There's no such thing as portals. And how did I get from the Comic Con building to this one, decorated like a typical fantasy tavern? The answer is obvious. I was drugged. I drank a lot of something from that glass and started hallucinated. I'm probably still standing there now, staring at the card like it's a TV showing a weird cartoon about flying through the universe. Somebody simply took me to a coffee shop so I will come to my sense. Oh, drat! I will never try drugs in my life, and I wasn't going to, especially not now. So you didn't use the Eye of God yourself, but you were kicked into the portal instead? Amusing. I never heard of something like that happening in the legends. What do you think, Pointy? The elf girl gives a contemptuous glance at him, but still speaks. Man, it is indeed a rare phenomenon. A joke of gods. There is no other explanation. According to the legends, the Earth of Dream grants adventure only to those who desire it of their own free will. Why does she speak like that? Is she a feminist or something? No. She seems to behave like an ordinary blonde who is used to using her appearance to take advantage of us. There are some weird changes to her character. Wait, are they talking about the artifacts? I look around again. There is no portal, but the unknown thing from before is now lying on some kind of altar. It's not shining anymore, which proves my guess about the bad influence of drink left over from the party. So the cosplayers decided to prank me, but they didn't think of what to call that weird fake thing. Although all things considered, it's still much better than the threats to scratch my face. Why did you join us and drink some ale while telling your story, weird clothing wanderer? Yes, being a wanderer sounds much more pleasant than being called a beanpole, but this remark about my clothes offends me. It's a cool suit, it's right size. I wore it when I graduated from school and to clean tables. But I didn't join them. I made up my mind to go out with a bang. I pulled the boutonniere out of my lapel and handed it to the girl. It feels smooth and seems quite gallant. Hopefully the dwarf won't scratch me for that, but he's still sitting peaceful watching the bewildered beauty. Is this for me? Why? I want to tell her that's just a gesture of friendliness, but then decide to pay her a compliment and ask to see her again. Or is that the wrong move? Maybe I should just say some sweet nonsense and go off into the sunset? Okay, you are so cute, shall we have dinner sometime? My treat. I'm doing this for the flower. What to choose? I'm doing this for the flower. You're good, shall we have dinner sometime? My treat. Let's say this. What the hell I'm thinking? I might as well ask, why won't you marry me to then? Judging by the expression on the elf's pretty face, the decision turns out to be wrong one. As always, she's twisted with rage and disgust. And then I have to share a bed with you in gratitude for your unheard of generosity. Look, Harry, I'm as manners of an unwashed goblin. No, it's just that I wasn't trying to pressure you. But after all, I've always seen girls live with someone who will say to her, "You are really something, babe. You have nice teeth. Let's go to my place." After my compliments, I always cease to be treated as a person. The elf lifts her chin, looks at me as if I'm an earthworm, and turns away. I'm such an idiot. The only thing I can do now is pretend nothing happened. Nothing. It's probably bad for me to go to the hospital right away, pump my stomach or whatever you are supposed to do at times like this. I need to get rid of these hallucinations. I will better go. Where to? Out. I point to a wooden door that can only lead outside. Well, why won't you try then? What do you think, Pointy? Will let him try? Of course, Harry, give him a chance. This makes things easier to explain and we can skip the pointless talks and explanations. More confusing conversation. Did they also take a sip from those cups? Well, whatever. I have to go and get my stomach pumped. I'm not an enemy to my elf, and so I go. I open the door and immediately close my eyes. There is intensely bright light outside, as if Shannon had been directed into my eyes, but I take a step forward anyway. The light, which even made its way through my eyelids, immediately goes out. I open one eye and look around, then I open the second one. I'm in the tavern again, only now I'm standing with my back to the door, facing the hall. The dwarf and the elf are grinding. Well. I step back, my back to the door, and then I find myself in the tavern. Only this time I'm facing the door. What the hell did I drink? It doesn't wear off. I even tried to jump through the door, but I fly back into the hall at the same speed, as if I was just outside. Of course it's no use. No retreat, no surrender. Okay, I can do it. While I still have strength, or at least until the moment my trip ends. I wonder how people see me now. Well, judging by the giggle of the elf girl, I look ridiculous enough. Okay then, let's try somewhere south. Apparently I have nothing to lose. It didn't work. What about crawling? Didn't work either. Then let's take a running start from the other side of the hall. Nope, it's useless. So we are always running. Okay, I'll try to go even faster and faster. I kept running through the old tavern and immediately going back, then turn around and try it again. In the end, the laugh of the elf is joined by the laugh of the dwarf. Shorty couldn't hold it anymore apparently. This keep going until I become so worn out of my stumbling legs falter and I bump into the door jam. This time I'm thrown back not because of some weird interdimensional bullshit, but from my encounter with a door frame. Only then I do decide to take a break, get up, and brushing off my jacket, approach the table where the dwarf and the elf are having a great time. I need to use stubborn one. I think I heard respect mixed with mockery in the girl's words. I can't quite pick up which is stronger, but I still feel flattered. Have you had enough? Well, now sit down and take a break. Take a sip of ale. Hey, Oinky! Bring us some ale, it's time for introductions. Oinky? I look around and expect to see a man with a pig's snout. After today I won't even be surprised. Instead of the one who approached the table is a robot, okay? Things just keep getting stranger and stranger. Oink, oink. Oh, it's really oinking. Well, I don't think it's the drink fault anymore. If so, the trip will probably be over by now. But instead, the degree of my delirium keeps getting higher. The dwarf, the elf, the looping tavern, and now there's a cyborg waiter. Oinky, just great. I went cuckoo. Why I'm not worried, not panicking. Then I remember stories of passengers who, during a plane crash, calmly watched through the windows and as the engine burned, and then slowly walked to the exit of the falling plane. In real life, women do not scream when they see a gun or a man lying on the ground. These are all ridiculous ideas invented by screenwriters. A passenger in falling plane wants to make a joke, and a woman wants to help a person lying on the ground. For some reason, I'm not in the mood for jokes, probably because I'm tired. By the way, maybe that's why I'm calm too. Too much running and bumping. I want to sit, relax, and drink something. Take a mug, have a drink, alright? That's it. Well, sit, get acquainted. My name is Giz. And my name is Huama, which means a wandering dream. There is a great deal of irony in that. Don't be surprised, you'll understand soon. I'm Alex, nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Giz, tell me, why do you wince when you drink beer? I don't like it very much, to be honest. Then why are you drinking? Because I'm a dwarf. All dwarfs drink ale. Yeah, that makes sense. They also have beards and axes. Well, yes, everything is according to the canon. Did I go crazy or did I really go into another world? Or are those things not mutually exclusive? In any case, I have nowhere to go from here. Where are we? What is this place? How did we get here? How do we get out of here? Slow down a little. Let's take one thing at a time. Where are we? We are in the pub. I almost choked on my beer. Thanks a lot. That explains everything. And yes, I've been wondering all this time whether it's a pub or not. How you can give such obvious answers with such a serious look on your face. I put down my mug so that I won't accidentally choke if I hear something like that again, and look to Huama with hope. She takes a pity on me and tries to give a full reply. This is the in-between world, a place where dreams come true and destinies change, the crossroads of worlds. Is it really a crossroads? For me, this is some kind of alley world of worlds, not a crossroads. I will even say a dead end, a gateway, a backyard. The alley of worlds, yes, perhaps this name suits it better. The second question, how did we get here? Someone kicked you right into the portal. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I remember that. I didn't hit the door jam that hard. Huama? We used a mighty ancient artifact, the Earth of a Dream. Not the Earth of a Dream, but the Eye of the Gods. Ugh, don't start again, Shaggy. What difference does it make if it's called something different in our worlds? It doesn't really matter. Oink, oink. So this weird device exists in all worlds, including mine. Oinky too, as it seems, as its opinion on the matter. But then that means those two. So are you from different worlds? You are a real elf and this one is a real dwarf? Obviously, how can I be not real? Well, it's actually easier for me to believe that you are just a figment of my imagination or a simple cosplayer. Sorry, a what? Never mind. In general, a girl from my fantasies. Was it my imagination or did she blush? At the same time, I noticed her frown, as if she can't decide what to do, get angry or take it as a compliment. The third question, how to get out of here? Now, that's a good one, but Giz will give a better answer. We have no idea. Of course, good answer. So that's that. All three of us lower our eyes and started sadly. Even the robot grunts sadly behind the bar. So there are no instructions and no ideas either? Well, everything is quite simple and at the same time incredibly difficult. We have to make some decisions that will change our fate. Only let me say how it works. Okay. And now we do back, right? Okay. Only we don't know which decision is exactly. This is the pub. There are tables here and so we sit at there. And then there's beer, so we drink it. Yep. What kind of dish can be made here? The dwarf suddenly perks up. Well, we can't stop drinking beer. But you already tried it doesn't work. And he gets sad again. We two join him, lowering our eyes, singing side and grunting. Seems like I'm stuck here for a long time. So it seems that there is some decisions that will make us get out of here, but we need to discover how. I don't know if that decision that I had at the beginning could change something or not. It turns out I'm in another world after all. It's still unclear whether it's good or bad. Astronauts, in order to get to another planet, train for it their whole lives to be the best of the best. But I'm still a geek that always makes the wrong decisions, and whose life is full of absurdity and troubles. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Although what's there to mankind? There are no other humans here anyways. Did you say something? Just think about the fact that I got here kind of by accident. You wanted to fulfill some of your dreams, change your fate, and like for example, what did you want from the art of a dream? Oh, I have a very simple dream, but we don't usually even think about it. I want to be treated as an equal, despite the fact that I'm a woman. This is not some kind of flaw after all. Our worlds don't differ that much after all. Here we have a pointed feminist activist for women's rights. I bet she will like our world. I wish I could invite her to visit it. But then I remember what a stupid thing I had said when we met. I didn't dare to even talk about the topic, of course, so there is already something that mistake from the beginning that I said that maybe if we chose the other, maybe we'll continue talking in here. Okay, what about you, G's? What's your story? It's a very sad story. I have no talent. For dwarves, blacksmithing or mining is everything, but I can't become a master. Something is missing in me. In order to not disgrace my family, I had to venture into the unknown. Okay, it's an adventure. Of course, he's a dwarf, but to be a master needs to do an adventure like every game that exists. Oink, oink, oink. Why so agitated all of a sudden? Does it want to say something? It should stick to be handling the beer. I don't think it's very important. In my world, it's possible to use your skills with an axe to make a living, as opposed to using a pickaxe or blacksmith hammer. But not everyone is so lucky to find the eye of the gods, or unlucky as I see it. Okay, so if you can't do it yourself, you should steal it. That's very curious way of thinking. And which way is more fun, do you think? Okay. Let's save. So if you can't do it yourself, you should steal it. That's a curious way of thinking. And which way is more fun, do you think? That's it is. Is there valor in it? Isn't that just kind of thievery? The dwarf suddenly jumps up and reaches for his axe. How dare you, human? You dare to insult my valiant ancestors who earned countless treasures in blood battles? I'm gonna... Stop, I'm not insulting anyone, just thinking it over. Okay, now I understand. Taking something away from someone in battle is good. You'll definitely become a hero. The dwarf snuffs for a few moments, deciding whether I mock this heroic campaign or not. But I put on a serious face, and that makes him calm down. Judging by his prickled look, he still holds a grudge against me. Okay, was that good or not? That's the problem in there. It was good or it was a bad thing to say. Let me try to see the other, what he says. Only to see what's the difference. What a good thought. Another will ask, for example, which vocation produces more valor or glory. I will have to answer that everything depends on the results. The person who has created or obtained something more valuable gets more honor. I didn't think of it in that way. Yes, it's more fun to obtain something during adventure, rather than get bogged down in a routine trying to give results. You raise my spirit, human. So I'm seeing is that the first one is the bad, like the wrong choice, and the bottom is the good choice, is what I'm seeing. But it depends of you to choose. It will be nice if this adventure ends with triumphant success, otherwise I'm already sick of this beer. The robot rolls up the table and starts to replace the empty mugs with full ones. Well, the only thing that's left is to ask Oinky how we got here. And how will we do that? It's not like we can talk. Golems don't usually talk at all. That one oinks at least. Besides, why do you think he came here from somewhere else and that he hasn't been here this whole time? Well, we'll ask him then. Oink, are you ready to talk? Oink, once if yes, twice if no, okay? Oink. Great, let's have a chat. The dwarf and the elf look at me as if I'm going doing some unique kind of magic only I can do, and there's something special in it. They could figure out it too. I see that you are not a golem, but rather a robot, probably from the future or from some technically advanced world, right? Oink. Your speech model is faulty, and you could speak before? Oink. So you have been retired from into a junkyard? Oink. Well, don't feel bad about it. You are here with us now. Did you find the portal thing at the junkyard too? Oink. I see. Do you have a dream too then? Oink, 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 oink. Slow down, please. Does that mean yes? Oink. Suddenly I get the feeling that I'm not into the road, but making up his story myself. However, so far, he has confirmed all my guess. What there to guess? A faulty robot in a tavern. Where else would he have come from? Oink, oink, oink. Yeah, I'll try to guess now. You are a robot and did you make a bow tie yourself? Oink. Apparently you feel uneasy when you are not being helpful, so you find a job here. Good boy. Oink. Well, then it means you ran away from the junkyard because you want to continue to help people. Is that your dream? Oink, oink, oink. He never once answered in the negative. I guess I'm very smart when it concerns others, not myself. Well, we found out who has what dreams. The part that remains is to fulfill them to get out of here. Any ideas? There are none. Even Oink said rolls back to the bar. Generate ideas is probably still a human responsibility, or one of the dwarves or elves, but they have been here for some time now, and I don't see too much progress from them. Oh, if only we could make a sacrifice and return home, even without glory and treasures. I'm sick of all of this, and I can't beat her in a fight. She fights as well as a man. Better than a man. Right. I can only imagine how she traded for the sake of fighting for her rights. Wait, why is the dwarf staring at me like that? Stop. Did he decide to sacrifice me? Eek! I need to get out of here. And then it dawned on me that I've just been goofing around all this time. What sacrifice? What this destinies? I just spilled a drink on this unknown device of the gods. I can leave at any second. I look at the elf girl and I feel pity for her. I wish I could help her. On the other hand, I could be stabbed at any moment and my blood might be spilled on the artifact. After all, they are being serious. They want to leave this place long time ago. They simply don't know that any liquor will do, not only sacrificial blood. Or is that right? Was it some special drink back then? Yeah, right. Vampire cosplayers have been drinking donor blood. I bet the sacrifice don't kill me, please. I will tell you something. I need to go to the bathroom. It's like, let's save. It's good that they let you save, because like you can always go back to try the other choice. It's always good. I like that. So, I'm bad at sacrifice. Don't kill me, please. I'll tell you something. I need to go to the bathroom. It's like, we want to help them, right? To get out of here. So maybe tell them it's gonna help. I seem to know something that you are not aware of. What? Do you come up with something? Oh, it's good we have you here. It's just a guess. We need to check if it will work. It's something at least. Spill the bean, Shaggy. Don't interrupt him. Oink. No one will leave you alone, Oinky. Don't worry. In the worst case scenario, there will be new visitors here. If anyone else interrupts him, I will sacrifice you all and the issue will be resolved. Everyone stops talking and stares at me with hope in their eyes. I didn't make any sacrifice to get here. I'm sure that Oinky did nothing of that sort either. Am I right? Oink. I spilled a drink on the artifact. Oinky probably did the same thing with some kind of electrolyte or engine oil. That's enough, Alex. Stop. We get it. The sacrifice is just a means to an end. The main thing is the liquid. Am I right? I hope so. Let's go and check, shall we? Together we rush to where the alien artifact is lying. That device from the future, also known as the Eye of Gods and the Heart of a Dream. But how can you change your fate, make an important decision, learn your destiny? I don't know, honestly. Maybe all this is unnecessary. Or maybe we make a decision when we pour blood, water, or beer on the artifact. I might be wrong about all this, and then we'll come back, but we won't get what we want. Our dreams will not come true. No, I don't want that. Let's think again. Yes, Alex, please think it through. You seem to be doing a good job. Change our destinies. Help us make the right decisions. But I can't. I've been making wrong decisions all my life. Then stop doing so. Don't make any more mistakes. The dwarf is so in character. It's impossible for me to do it. Then make it possible. What useful advice. Okay, I'll try. Onky? Oink? This is the place where you decide to become a waiter and made yourself a bow tie. What about data on some other areas? Geology, for example, mining, rare minerals, alloys. Oink. Geez, you'll be satisfied with such an assistant instead of treasures? Who thought he does not speak can show you how to get alloys that your people may not even dream of. Will I, you ask? But of course, I'll be carrying him in my arms if I were able to lift him. It's much better than some treasures. I will become the most respected dwarf lady in my family. Everyone will love to marry me. The elf and I exchange glance and hastily pick up our slack jaws. Wait, so the dwarf is a girl? Although yes, I heard about dwarfen women having beards, though not as lush as men. And you kept quiet about it? We are on the same side and you didn't even say? Which side? Yes, I'm a woman, but I'm fine with everything else. I just want a little bit of success and fame. It doesn't depend on gender in any way, in my opinion. Huama thinks a little about it and calms down. And I, to my shame, keep staring at the beer woman, trying to see if she has any sexual characteristics under her armor. What about you? What is your dream? I glance at the big ear beauty, but quickly lower my gaze. Suddenly I feel sad. After all, if I will dream of anything, it will only be about learning how to make the right decision. So far I'm not sure if I had succeeded in any way. It wasn't a dream that brought me here, but a magical kick in the ass, don't forget. The attempt to laugh it off fails. No one smiles as I try again. For some reason I don't like to see their face be sad. To me they somehow seem more like friends who I've known for many years. I'll tell you a funny story from my world. A peasant died and met God in heaven. He asked what the meaning of his life was, and God answered him. Do you remember on that one day, that one year well, let's say you went into a tavern, had lunch at the same table as a tall mustachioed man, and he asked you to pass salt. Well, that's it. They don't smile again. I guess I'm not good at telling jokes. Giz even looks at me somehow accusingly, as if I'm guilty of something. Everyone has their own purpose in life. For some it's really quite insignificant, but someone also has to pass the salt. Except you are not one of them. You are making mistake thinking so badly of yourself. It makes me a little uncomfortable that someone thinks better of me than I do. One of us is wrong, and I can't figure it out who it is. What about me? What is my purpose? What should I change? I don't know. I'm an ordinary person. How can I decide something for others if I'm constantly making mistakes myself? You are repeating yourself, Alex. Why won't you give it a shot? Just tell me your opinion. It won't hurt. I start thinking, what a clingy girl. It doesn't matter what I say. It's just my opinion. I don't know what to say. Who is she anyway? A girl from a strange world, an elf too, with a strange elfish name. Juama, you say your name means wandering dream. Maybe you just need to stop wandering? Find a home, start a family, friends, loved ones. I stopped myself. No, I'm saying something wrong. The wrong words. But I really don't know the answer to her question. Who do they think I am? A prophet? Oink, oink. Yes, Oink, you are right. It's time to do something. And I spill out the rest of my beer on the unknown device. A few moments pass and nothing happens, but then the drops get soaked into the smooth surface and turn into a glow that spreads and forms the portal. It worked. It's time for me to get back to my world. I want to say something else, but there's nothing to say. I've already said and done everything I could. The portal is open. I'll visit off tavern, lane of worlds, are waiting for their turn to get returned home, and I'm blocking their way. I clear the way, I step into the portal, fall into the world, the void between the worlds, and head to my home world, leaving my new friends. Only then do I realize I didn't even say goodbye. Ending number 3, not the best. So, let's say the game has different endings for each story. Is it? That's the problem. Like on their Steam page, they don't say nothing. Like each story has different endings. But how I could make the best choice for each one, right? It's like I'm gonna try only again to see if I can get another ending. But then for the others, I will only do one ending. Let's only see because you can skip, so that's always a good thing. Where is skip? It is skip. Okay, so let's see. I'm doing this for the flower. What does it mean? I don't quite understand. It seems much more pleasant for it to be in your hands than to wither ingloriously in my lapel. Now its life will find a new meaning. I'm spotting some serious bullshit, although she seems to like it. The girl smiles and touches the flower with her pretty nose. I said with relief, at least someone didn't take me for an imbecile because of what I said. It's probably better for me to go to the hospital right away, pump my stomach. Okay, this is already the safe thing, because he say to get rid of the hallucinations. I'll better go. Where to? Out. Pointed. Okay, this same already. Back in my role, we treat women equally. Women fought a lot of, because now you saw that you can't skip these parts because you never saw this part of the story, so they don't let you skip. That's a good thing too, because it's something new that you didn't saw. Okay. Back in my role, we treat women equally. Women fought a lot of their rights. Now it's considered bad to point out that you can't do something or should do something just because you are a woman, or treat yourself as lesser because you are a woman. Yes, of course it often goes to extremes. The presence of intelligence does not depend on gender in any way, but that said, do not voice the thought. I noticed her elfin eyes have started glowing. You will definitely like it there. In our world, the fight against any discrimination is very active. And whose side are you on in this fight? Me? I hadn't even thought about it. Probably on the side of common sense. I'm very sensitive to women regardless of any struggle. It's a pity they often don't appreciate it. Well, it's time to close this topic, otherwise I'll say too much and ruin everything I master at that. Whatever. What about you, Cheese? What's your story? It's a very sad story. I have no talent, so we already know this. That it says that disgrace my family. Oink oink oink. And in my world I have skill. I of course like I see it. Okay, so now it appears here. Which way is more fun, do you think? We go thought. This we already saw. We can skip. Okay. So now in here, it's like bring everyone with you or go alone. I'm gonna try the same thing that I did. That was the first. I remember how I told Elf Girl that she will like it here. How her eyes lit up when she heard about how we treat women, and I make up my mind. Oh, different now. Juama, would you like to visit my world? I will show it to you, take you to the cinema, introduce you to my fellow cosplayers. They even speak Elfish. Even if you don't like it, I now know where to get this portal thing. And then we could go to your place. The elf girl says nothing. Either she can't make up her mind, or she just can't find a way to tell me that she's not interested in it. Anki and I look at each other, then Giz and I. Then I take a step towards the portal and freeze. No, I'm doing something wrong, or I am close to it. Perhaps the greatest mistake of my life. I take a deep breath and... Oh gods, go on already. A powerful kick from the dwarf boot sends me flying, right into the center of the portal. Fly through different worlds, I realize that I'm angry at the dwarf again, only now the other one. It's possible that back in my world the dwarf was cosplayed by a girl too. I could guess by the threat of getting my face scratched. Oh, here comes the elf girl, the Juama, right? But when I look back, all the anger is gone because Juana is flying right next to me, my sweet big ear elf girl. She was always going to catch up with me. It seems that my dream has come true after all. Did I for once not screw up, not make a mistake, and did everything right? Seems like that's the case. I smile. Ending number 4, good end. Okay, so we got the good end, but it was the ending. We got the third ending and the fourth ending. It's missing the first and the second. So maybe the first and second will be about first one. Maybe it's a bad ending. Maybe and the other end is getting you go alone because you can go to the bathroom alone, and maybe you put the drink on that thing and you go alone on the portal. Can be. But it's interesting. It's interesting because each story will have maybe 4 endings. Of course, each story is small. Okay, good, but you have different endings. Okay. So now let's go for Nocturne, because this was all about fantasy. It seems that it's gonna be about horror because Nocturne. So let's go for this story to see what it is. Okay, we see space, bones, and a pistol. Whoa, look at that, it's different even. Wow, okay. Sophia was ready to burst into tears right here and now in the office. She will spend half a day visiting constabularies to get to the investigator. Low-ranking officers and clerks simply kept stonewalling her, passing the girl from one to another just to get rid of her. Who do they think they are? Skimping on work duties. During this time, she even managed to visit the mortuary, where she asked if there was the body of a young girl who looked exactly like her. She waited for an hour with a sinking heart. She was afraid not only of the possible need to examine that body, but also that Sonia could be among them. The coroner pathologist vaguely explained that, although such a girl did not arrive, some bodies are depersonalized, so to speak. He advised her to order a mold map at the infant house, and that's what exactly Sophia did via the com, ordered a copy of the map to her address. All the while she kept wondering what the personalization means, and why she needed a mold map. It is really possible to determine a person's identity that way. That will mean the boy has no face. This thought made Sophia feel sick, and she hurried to drive the terrible guest into a distant corner of her mind and again began to inquire about meeting someone who could help her. Wow, even the artwork is different. You see the difference? Whoa, okay. So each story has a different way how you read, and in terms of artwork, that's cool. Nice, I like it. Shows like, okay, that... yes, you can say, oh, but it's small each story. Okay, but it's different from each other. I like that. It's a good idea to make a visual novel too. She got an audience with the investigator, and now he was looking sadly into her eyes. It was clear from his expression that he wasn't going to help her either. So this is the investigator, okay. Try to understand, young lady, we don't have that much power. After the unification of the military police with the civilian police into a single force, you must deal primarily with more global affairs. You should know that the Decembrists blew up the monorail in the upper city again. We must find those terrorists and protect civilians from further threats. And in your your case, well, there is no case yet. Your sister hasn't been missing for more than 2 days, and we don't have the authority to put her on the missing person list yet. It's unclear if she's missing at all. Of course she is. I've explained everything to you. She used to call me every day, and yesterday there was no call. Something definitely happened to her. She's like a mother to me. She's taken care of me all her life. Almost since the day our parents disappeared, she took care of me and loved me. And she always called, always, and if there was no call, then something serious and terrible stopped her from calling. Well, young lady, you shouldn't cry wolf without understanding the whole situation. For example, she could have run away to a resort with some young stud. She has a boyfriend, is she? She has a boyfriend, right? The old investigator was embarrassed by his reservation. It was as if he would already bury her and he didn't want to get down to business. He has Decemberists to deal with, you see. What about Sonia? So it seems that we are Sophia, right? And we are trying to find, it seems, our sister, called Sonia. You dare not speak ill of such a noble girl, especially one that's unaccounted for that you know nothing about. You are tactless and Sophia Fire burst into tears. The investigator fussily took a monogrammed handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it to the girl. When she waved it off, he rubbed his bald head with it. These blockheads. Sophia abruptly turned around and rushed out of the investigator's office. She thought she heard a sigh of relief, and he calls himself an officer of the law. Okay. She walked through the streets of the upper town, wiping her tears with her own handkerchief, and was amazed that everything was so bright and colorful. No one cared about her grief. Everyone was living happily and carefree. It didn't look like anyone really cared about the blow-up monorail, as if the explosion really matters. They will probably fix it by tomorrow. But Sophia was feeling real grief. Her twin sister, her best friend, and her only family had disappeared. How was it possible not to sympathize given her situation? The girl absolutely did not understand. She ran out of ideas of what to do. If Sonia were here, she could have thought of something. She's a really clever girl. She's strong and adroit. She was so busy allowing in her grief that she didn't notice that she reached her home. She was standing in the middle of her rented room, crumpling a handkerchief in her fingers. The day's worries exhausted her so much that she fell asleep in her clothes and slept until the evening. She woke up at the very hour when Sonia usually called her. There was no call. Sophia begged Com to send a signal, but the soulless machine remained deaf to the poor girl's pleas. Sophia began to cry for the umpteenth time. She was so terribly lonely that she rushed to the wardrobe and took out Sonia's dress, pressed it to her face, and inhaled the almost faded pink scent of perfume. Sophia hurriedly took off her clothes and put on her sister's dress. Now she was touching what belonged to Sonia with her whole body, but this did not lessen the anguish. It's just a pity, my dear sister, that you can't tell me what shall I do now. But we are siblings, Sophia thought. We are so alike. Why can't I imagine what you'll do in such grave situation? At that moment she realized that for a second she seemed to have become her sister, felt her strength, resourcefulness, excitement, and that's it. I can become Sonia, just like this. I will stay at the female student's dorm. I will mingle with her friends. I will learn the details of her last days before she was... No, that's too much. I don't have to think about such bad things. I'm Sonia now. I'm a student living on Flower Street. I have many friends and they will lead me to the right clues. Okay, so is she gonna disguise as Sonia? Interesting. Sophia rushed out the house before her resolve wakened. After all, she was quite a modest girl. Unlike her sister, she did not get along well with people, but that shouldn't stop her now. She must find her sister by any means, otherwise there would be no one and nothing left in her life. That was much easier than the frightened proximity of strangers. Danny is like you said, Danny, this? Because the style that they changed for here is different and the text is kinda hard to read, but I think it's Danny, right? The harlot returns. So what? You have been out all day this time? Sophia was so dumbfounded by this reception, but that she froze on the threshold of Sonia's room. She gasped for air and did not know how to respond to the insolence. Sonia told her that she lives in the same room as the borderline Danica, but it's one thing to talk about it over the comm and another to say it in real life. Danica looked really strange, a boyish haircut and almost men's clothes. Trousers bloomers hinted at Eastern culture, which somewhat excused such a choice. Otherwise, Sophia would have been ever more amazed. A woman in men's trousers. Such nonsense. Well, and her rude behavior too. These already complete out of hand. What do you mean? That's all she could say. She instantly lost all her ardor and courage. How can she pretend to be her perky little sister now? I'm kidding, silly. Although who knows what you and your beloved Nicholas are doing on dark evenings. It was said in such a frivolous tone, but Danica still stabbed her new and in her mind her former roommate in the soul. Sophia couldn't decide if there was a joke in there or not. Beloved Nicholas, what does she mean? Sonia really has a boyfriend? Why didn't she tell her about him then? Sophia finally pulled herself together and tried to play the role of Sonia. She dropped onto the bed and put her hands behind her head, as her sister used to. Isn't your bed enough for you? Get out of mine. Sophia jumped up and blushing froze in the middle of the room. What bad luck. She slipped up again. Being Sonia turned out to be so out of character that it seemed strange. After all, they had lived together all their lives. They knew each other's habits, but now Sophia couldn't guess whose bed she would drop it onto. Sonia would have definitely chosen a bed away from the window. Unless Danica must have checked it in first. Well, now she would have to smooth out this awkward impression that she made on the neighbor. You are kind of weird. Are you okay? Well, too late. Sophia waved her hands, but immediately stopped herself. Don't overdo it. It's better to behave more naturally. I'm just tired. I spent the night at my sister's place. We chat all night. It's been so long since we have seen each other, since before course started. Sophia really hadn't seen her sister for a long time, and she wouldn't mind chatting with her all night. This made her feel so sad again that tears welled up in her eyes, and she hastily turned away. But she had time to notice surprise on Danica's face. Seems like she blew it again. Her acting skills failed completely. She should leave and wait until the sadness is gone. I'll go see the others. Others? The rest of my friends, who else? Or am I only friends with you? You are not friends with anyone, especially with me. I think you need to see a doctor, Oni. Sonny is not friends with anyone? How is that possible? She is so lively and outgoing. It can't be. Poor Sonia, she's all by herself here. Sophia couldn't stand it and ended up crying. It turns out that she does not know her sister at all, the only person close to her, and she doesn't know how lonely Sonia is. Danica hand reached up to her shoulder. Her sister roommate gently stroked Sophia and even put her arm around her, touching her cheek with her forehead. Come on, what's got into you? You are so weird, vulnerable and unhappy. All alone? Alone? Of course not. What about Nikki? And you know, I can be your friend too, if you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Sophia kissed Danica on top of her boyish head, as if she was her little sister and not a girl she was seeing for the first time. It just happened by itself. Suddenly, she felt better. The sadness subsided. It's not that bad. Sonia just didn't figure out that her friends were next to her all along. She just needed to talk. However, Sophia wasn't very communicative and she didn't like it. She grew up with the only person who was always there, Sonia, and she had constantly avoided other people. She probably shouldn't have, but it always seemed to Sophia that she didn't need other people because Sonia made enough acquaintances for two, herself and her sister. It turned out that she was also lonely. How strange. Is it really possible to make such an error in judgment about a person, especially one so close to you? Sophia tried to pull away from Danica, but she didn't let go of her embrace. Danica raised her face and looked into the eyes of the stunned girl. There was something in her gaze. If Danica had been a man, Sophia would have decided that love and passion were in her eyes. But she's a girl. Sophia felt awkward and she stepped back again. This time Danica didn't resist and let go of the extremely embarrassed girl. She looked away and pretended to be looking for some kind of synopsis among the notes scattered on the table. Still, you should go to Nicholas. Sonia, he's probably still waiting for you. Where am I going to find him? In the visiting room, of course. It's not like he can get into the woman's dorm. Danica snorted and Sophia blushed again. Not so much from imagining a guy wandering into the ladies' room, but from a sudden thought that came to her mind. She suddenly realized that Danica was in love with Sonia. It made sense. How can you not love her? But it was much more complicated here. She wanted physical intimacy, not just a spiritual connection. It was so unusual, and if she takes into account the fact that she, Sophia, was not now playing the role of Sonia, then it means she now responsible for the development of these relations. What are you doing? Your boyfriend is waiting. Why are you so rude? Didn't we agree that we'll be friends now? Yes, of course, I'm sorry. This all for old time's sake. Things are not going well with us. Danica looked away in embarrassment, and Sophia thought that perhaps she knew the reason for the coldness coming from her roommate. Sonia couldn't accept the feelings that were coming her way. Or maybe she just didn't notice them. Poor Danica was jealous of Nicholas and tried to make him look bad, probably even unconsciously. By the way, she said that he was waiting. It seems that Sonia and Nicholas usually met at this time. It's worth hurrying to visiting room before he leaves. Apparently Danica doesn't know anything. She and Sonia didn't communicate much. But Sonia met with Nicholas often. That's why Sophia needs to meet him only more carefully this time. Oh, she needs to plan so many things in advance. What should she tell him? Okay, so we gotta meet Nicholas. Let me only say, because we had a long talk with Danica, Sophia was wondering how to act with mysterious Nicholas, who was waiting in the corridor when someone grabbed her by the elbow and pulled her towards the exit. She didn't even have time to squeak. So, Nick. Is Nicholas, right? Hello, Cookie, why don't we attend a banquet in city center? I can't wait to introduce you to a couple of friends who don't believe in your existence. Why don't they believe you? Do you have a reputation as a liar? Nicholas, who else could it be, burst out laughing. Sophia pointed at him. She liked him immediately. She hadn't expected this to be the case. She couldn't have imagined that she would like the guy with the first second of their meeting. Well, yes, he was young, handsome, strong, confident, and in cadet uniform. But why was he so content with this his rude treatment? Why was she so willing to go anywhere with him despite the fact that she's not doing it of her own will? He didn't even ask her. Because they don't believe me. They think that I made you up or embellished it too much. Now they will see you and realize that you really are a goddess. Oh, what a flattery it was. But it had the desired effect. Sophia had never experienced the pleasant feeling of having compliments lavished on her. Even if they are so straightforward and militant, or maybe it was because of his delivery, who knows. Sophia was glowing and Nicholas noticed it. He stopped for a moment and bent to her hands. It's not necessary to switch back to such an official tone, otherwise it feels like I've done something wrong. I know that's not the case, Alton. If left to your feminine wisdom, you could invent a reason, and even believe it, but I refuse to accept, otherwise it will become real. We don't live in the most pleasant reality as it is, and we can only populate it with our mental homunculi. Sophia missed a step. What are mental homunculi? She even asked out loud. What are mental homunculi? Oh, that, artificial people little men create with the help of alchemy, and you could also artificially create a reason to be offended by me. Except I won't let you do it, and don't get your hopes up. I will all be so perfect and you'll be so in love with me. Deal? The cadet stopped and looked into Sophia's eyes so seriously, as if his tirade wasn't a joke at all. The girl flustered looked back just as seriously. Yes, deal. Her mouth was getting dry. It felt like she had just been at the altar and joined in a matrimony with the first person she met. Still, he was so self-confident and charming that she didn't regret anything. It was so unusual, funny, and crazy that she even laughed and took Nicholas' hand in her own. She almost started skipping as they walked. He squeezed her palm in response. Something important must have happened in their relationship just now. Perhaps she has now confessed her love to him. Wait, what? She's not Sonia. It was Sophia who almost fell in love at first sight, and with whom? The romantic part of her own sister, whom she is looking for. What if... when Sonia is found, what will she see? That her fiancé is being taken away from her and by the person closest and dearest to her? Sophia stopped abruptly and pulled her hand away. Nicholas looked at her in surprise, but refrained from questioning her, for which Sophia was grateful. So he had drawn some conclusion of his own. So be it. At least now she wouldn't have to think of her own reasons. What is she doing? Where are they going? Why are they going to a party when Sonia is missing? But it's not like she can refuse. She needs to stay focused and think about what questions to ask. Nicholas is the only threat leading to Sonia. He spent more time with her than anyone else. And according to Danica, Sonia only talked to him. She needs to strike up a conversation somehow. And how will we get to the city center? The Decembrists blew up the monorail and now there is a traffic jam on the roads. Everything will be alright. I know a shortcut. Trust me, honey. Well, what a frivolous treatment, honey. And why is she so pleased when he calls her that? Sophia decided to keep quiet. If Sonia and Nicholas act that way, then it's okay. She's Sonia now. Okay, I trust you. The cadet nodded with satisfaction, quickening his pace and moved towards an unfamiliar area. Sophia obediently followed him, tormented by the fact it's not her that he likes. And also, how the timing of this party seems inappropriate. Let me only drink because of my throat. He's like, for now it doesn't seem an horror story this. For now, of course. The deeper the young people move into the foyer quarters, the darker it got around them. Moreover, in the literal sense, the darkness of night befell the city. Nicholas, you are terrible. You have no right to lead me into dangerous neighborhood. I agreed to a shortcut, not suicide. We are completely unguarded and wearing fancy clothes. Even the common rabble may take interest in us. I am not talking about running into the Decembrists. But didn't you say it yourself, honey? The monorail that got blown up by the Decembrists hasn't been restored yet. There is no other way. If we perish in these ill-fated slums, we won't be able to attend the party at all. Uh-oh, something's gonna happen. Nicholas just snorted and headed up into a narrow alley. There was an indistinct noise in the darkness. Sophie put her hands over her mouth to stifle a cry. You never know who is hiding in the dark, and it will be a very toothless act of frivolity to doubt their evil intentions. Oh, how useful Nicholas' service blaster will be now. But they were on their way to social event, and according to etiquette, the cadet officer was only entitled to a ceremonial dirk. Oh gods, they are going to be shot and robbed in a dirty alley of the slums because of stupid rules of etiquette. What is that buzzing sound? The cunning Nicholas has built a vibration generator into his dirk. It looks like he can now easily cut the rails into slices like snacks. I wonder what you can eat with piece of rails. Probably royal vodka. Sophia giggled at her thought, resisting the urge to snuggle up to the cadet's back. It's pretty stupid to attack with a dirk against a blaster, but still better than bare hands or nail clippers. For some reason, Sophia unbuttoned a secret pocket in the lush folds of her dress. She and Sonia provide the entire wardrobe with some million pockets to store some little things. Manicure sets, handkerchiefs or gloves. For some reason, they did not like to occupy their hands with uncomfortable reticles. Men are much luckier in that way. They can put anything in their pockets. All this thinking calmed Sophia down a little, but then another ruse came from a darker corner. An indistinct figure with a menacing outline appeared out of the darkness. The girl clamped her mouth again, stifling a cry. The figure was armed and sneered, and Nicholas disappeared. She didn't even have time to notice when and where it disappeared to. Okay, this is not translated. They forgot to translate this. A few more moments and she would not have been able to stand it. She would have either fainted or thrown herself into panic. But then a second dark silhouette appeared nearby and swiftly swept out the legs of the first. The terrified shadow of the local sat on the pavement with a whiz. The savior turned out to be Nicholas. Sophia wanted to throw herself into his arms, but she couldn't do it. Her body was still fettered by fear, her thoughts spinning and humming. Where did he disappear to and why? Did he hide on purpose so he would catch the attacker by surprise? You could have told me about your plan. It was terrible. My legs are trembling. We were out of time. Besides, our new acquaintance has a machete. He could hear us, but I'll ask you to forgive me for putting you at risk. This area used to be much quieter. Small-time gangster, pickpockets and other scum. But this one turned out to be some kind of maniac. I don't even want to think what his necklace is made of. Sophia shuddered. Strangely, she hasn't felt sick yet. She had never been in such danger before, and now this mysterious maniac necklace. You know, there have been too many of them lately. Who? Maniacs like this fellow. They flock to this area like flies to jam. What is that draws them here? And you took me here? What's wrong with you? This is neither reckless courage or courageous dementia. Come on, honey. I walk here all the time. And apart from that, I'm an undergraduate cadet. Graduation is coming soon. Should I be afraid of this rabble? But it's not just a rabble, it's a maniac. You yourself assured me of this little moment ago. A maniac is also just a human. Where do they come from? Is the rabble so different from the nobles that it generates such nightmarish creatures? You'll better talk to your neighbor Danica about this. Why her? I heard she supports the Decembrists. She believes that the rabble and the nobles should have equal rights. After all, we are all humans. Well, if you judge it that way, then yes, I think I'm able to understand her point of view. I'm not. Just imagine the rabble being given the opportunity to study, to become doctors, engineers, and being allowed to rule. But if we are all human beings, then you're wrong. The nobility learns responsibility for a young age, absorbs nobility and the ability to make well-informed and sound decisions from birth. I will never entrust my treatment to a doctor from the slums, and a rocket designed by someone from the underclass might explode without even taking off. They don't know what real dignity is. Look how they live. This is a low breed. Nicholas was still saying something, and Sophia was amazed how he seemed to have changed in appearance. He became less attractive, swaggering, squeamish, arrogant. She had always ignored politics, but at the same time she respected people. She and her sister were poor after her parents passed away until they grew up and Sonia received an inheritance. They lived in an unpleasant place and communicated with all sorts of people. Sophia of course saw that there were differences between the nobility and the lower class, but to despise them so much for it. No, Nicholas was saying some seemingly correct things, but he was becoming more and more repulsive as a result. You are not Sonia, are you? What? How did you? Why? Sophia fell silent. How did you realize that? Did she screw up on political views? But Sonia has never been into politics either. Will you stop pretending, honey? Tell me who you are. A spy disguised as Sonia? What nonsense. I'm her sister Sophia. She's gone missing and she hasn't called me in 2 days. The constabularies refused to help me, so I decided to find her myself. Nicholas paused, puzzled. The night was getting wider with each moment, and scarier. Sophia got scared again, this time because she couldn't be taken for a spy and handed to the constabularies. Weirdly enough, Sonia never told me about you. I wonder why she was hiding you. Perhaps she was ashamed of you? The girl was literally twisted by the mere thought that her beloved sister might be ashamed of her. That simply could not be. No, I don't believe that. You are too charming and childlike. Everyone likes that type of person. Then she was protecting you, and I think I could guess from what exactly. Sophia instead jumped up, staring expressed at Nick. Did she finally have some luck? This man knows something, or at least he suspects something. Sonia was being followed. I don't know by whom exactly. At first I thought it was just her mind playing tricks on her, but then I saw it for myself. I tried to guard her to the best of my ability. Unlike you, she takes risks. She wandered around some strange place by herself. By the way, we are passing one now. I think it's worth checking it out. Sophia was glad, but that everything was going so well, despite the fact that the plan to pretend to be her sister had successfully failed. Wait here, I will look around. This place can be dangerous. The cadet pocket is headed to the nearest door, then into another one, and then disappear into depths of frightening, gloomy corridor of an abandoned building. An indistinct noise was heard from the darkness. Sophia's heart froze, and then it sped up, pumping adrenaline into her blood. She began to look around while trying to make a little noise as possible. The surrounding area looked quiet and deserted again. Oh, is she all alone now in an empty, abandoned house in the middle of the slums? Okay, she needs to calm down, calm her breathing. She just needs to wait for Nicholas. Nothing will happen to him. Together, it appears. Isn't that the investigator? It's a shame that the sound is low. The way it is preference, because the sound is, because you have the music, it's not the music but it's the sound, because it in here it was like to be a sound of scaring. Sophie quickly looked around and screamed. From the dark of the hallway a man figure was approaching her, only it wasn't a man, because instead of a face there was a terrible demonic mask. No, it was a human face, only without skin. Blood and mucus covered the occasionally throbbing naked muscles. Empty eye sockets stared straight at Sophia blindly. She tried to run away, but she couldn't move a finger. Why? She couldn't even scream anymore. She was completely numbed by horror. The man without a face was breathing noisily and whistling. Thick, dark blood was running down his clothes. He walked slowly, uncertain, but she was still getting closer. Sophia felt that she was about to faint and was ready to accept her fate, but at that moment Nicholas appeared again like a swift shadow and pushed the monster aside. The body of the man without a face was thrown out of the corridor. It fell over the railing and head down, making a thumping noise below, somewhere in the basement. Sophia couldn't stand anymore, her legs buckled, but Nicholas had already appeared next to her and kept her from falling. Sophia's consciousness was waning from the experience. Sophia pushed the cadet away, rushed down the hall, ran through the nearest door, and locked it behind her. Sophia was about to collapse on the dirty floor, but when she looked up, it was Sonia. Completely exhausted, she was half standing, half hanging by a rope around her wrists. There was the smell of ammonia in the room. How long has she been here? The 2 whole days? And what kind of dress is she wearing? It's too modest for Sonia, with faded collars and without ruffles or frills, but at the same time too revealing below the knees. Oh God, what am I even thinking about? A thought flashed in Sophia's mind. She rushed to untie her sister. Her fingers slipped over the knots, the rope wouldn't budge. Sonia moaned softly and opened her eyes a little. They had an unhealthy shine. It seems that she could not focus her eyes on Sophia in any way. Sophia, what are you doing here? Leave at once. You will come here soon. Leave me. Run. What you are talking about, sis? I won't leave you. Besides, I've been through so much. You owe me a whole bottle of sedative drops. Sophia was a little distracted from her fears. She had more important tasks now, to save Sonia. It was as if their roles were reversed. Now she's the one protecting her sister. Is that my dress? Perfect. There's a secret pocket. Oh, kill him! Kill! Sonia's eyes began to roll up again. Conscience was leaving her. She had to hurry. Who knows how many more faceless monsters roam this house. Oh, so that's the personalization the coroner was talking about. It dawned on Sophia. Could such a terrible fate befall Sonia too? No, she shouldn't think about it. She will save her. Nicholas is here somewhere. He should help. By the way, where is he? Only now did she realize that she was hearing blows against the door behind her. Someone was trying to break into the room. Is it really? Sophia stopped struggling with the knots and reached for the secret pocket. What did Sonia tell her? Kill him. Who? The faceless one? No, I think she wants to kill is Nicholas. The door finally gave away and was suddenly thrown back as the latch broke. Nicholas burst into the room. He grimaced, rubbing his bruised shoulder, and glowered at Sophia. What an obnoxious girl. Why do you lock yourself in? I almost broke my shoulder. At the moment the first one appeared behind him. He snuffled and gurgled, sluggishly dragging his feet. The cadet squeaked at his body mask and disconsolate pushed the faceless one away with his hands. Kill him! Sonia wanted to warn her sister. She'll be in here for 2 days and knew something. Sophia felt the grip and raised the blaster. With a clank, the upper barrel enlarged straight out and switched to ready state. The indicator flashed. The blaster was looking for a wireless power source to saturate the batteries. But the house was abandoned and de-energized. Sophia looked at the indicator. There was a single red line glowing. Just one shot left. How should she use it? Oh my god. I think she's talking about Nicholas. Shot Nicholas. Or the faceless one. Let's see. I think she's talking about Nicholas. The bright flash of a shot hit Cadet square between the eyes, and piece of him scattered along the corridor. The first one staggered back, hit the wall, and howling hobbled away somewhere. Sophia felt sick. She turned away and vomited up a bile. She just killed a man, the man she doesn't like, Sonia's boyfriend. But she told me to do it. She told me herself. It was him who imprisoned her in here. This place, either in depths of the slums, or maybe not. What if she misunderstood her sister's words? You did great, Sophia. You did it. Now we can get out of here alive. Nicholas turned out to be a maniac, much to my misfortune. Now untie me and we'll go home. We have no idea how much I missed you, and I'm hungry too. Of course, Sonny. One moment. Hold on a little longer. The girl fused, untying the cursed ropes. Sorry fell on her chest and sagged weakly, clutching her shoulders. She's so heavy. The sisters left the gloomy room and headed for the exit to the gloomy streets. Someone's terrible whistling breath could be heard behind them, but they didn't even look back. Sonia no longer favored her lush, bright outfits. Her new wardrobe consisted only of a grey and nondescript clothes now, and Sophia wore her sister's dress instead. It felt as if their roles were switched from back when the quiet Sophia saved her life sister. How now they lived together in Sophia's rented room. Sonia abandoned her studies. But in the evening she preferred to take lonely walks. Sophia didn't like it very much. She wanted to be sure that nothing could endanger Sonia. But she put up with her absence after they had a serious talk with raised voice. The role of carrying guardian was new to Sophia, and she gave in. Since that day they talked to each other very little, and they tried to not talk about the abandoned house. They didn't even report to the constabulary about what happened. Sonia assured her sister that this world ruined their lives, although it's not like they will have a lively life now either. At night, Sophia kept having nightmares. In the dream, she's been using a blast to kill Nicholas. Then Sonia, dead for some reason, and no investigator refused to help her in her search. Sonia kept waking her up from such nightmares, gave her water, and sang softly so that her sister would fall asleep again without bad dreams. It helped, but since then Sophia tried to stay away from any yappers. Yappers now frightened Sophia very much, even butter knives. She kept remembering the time Nick cut up the body of another maniac in the slums. How many monsters are there in this wonderful world? Amazing. One day Sophia was checking her email and found an envelope from the orphanage. This is Sonia's small map. Only now Sophia realized why the coroner told her to do that. The faceless, victims of Nicholas. Sonia could have been one of them, and she almost was. Sophia wanted to throw the letter away, but hesitated for a moment. She opened the envelope. This can't be happening. What a nonsense. Absurd. It's some kind of mistake but... You found out after all. Sonia entered the room quietly. She had that skill as if she was some kind of Far East warrior or something inhuman. But I have you. You are my sister. Yes, I have you too, but no, I'm not your sister. You never had a sister. I show up when your parents disappeared. Our parents. Your parents. Sonia sighed and looked at Sophia sadly. There was a pain in her eyes, but also concern, a desire to protect her from all the adversity. She's always been like that, always. Back then I was not aware of myself yet. I was driven only by hunger, a thirst for blood. Your parents were found without face. They were the first people Sophia wanted to tell her sister to stop talking, but this wasn't her sister. Who was this? Whom has she lived with all her life? Whom did she love and idolize? I still haven't figured out who I am. I just took your form, but not your place. Instead, I began to protect you. I felt that I was doing something wrong, but by pretending to be human, I also got human feelings. And I realized that I feel sorry for you. I was sorry I left you an orphan, and I tried to replace those who have become your family. I think I was doing pretty well. And as for my anger, I found a way around it. I look for the worst representatives of the human race. They become my prey. Yes, I'm different. I'm not human. I can't survive without these victims. But I don't want to do any harm. I use my curse for good. I became the city's cleaner. I provoke maniacs, lure them into dark alleys, and deal with them. I do it better than the constable. Believe me, I'm doing good for this world. Sophia was crying. Tears rolled down her cheeks, leaving wet tracks in her makeup. She brushed them off with an emblem, embroidered family handkerchief, but they kept appearing again. Why are you so quiet? It's my fault, yes. But I redeemed myself. I become good, haven't I? Will you accept me the way I am? Sis, please, answer me. Sonia was wiping her tears with the handkerchief, and the emblem kept flashing in front of her, the symbol of her parents who no longer exist. Say something, please. We grew up together. You taught me how to be human. I love you. Sonia took a step towards Sophia and timely raised her arms as she wanted to hug her sister, but did not dare. She was only able to look painfully into her tear-stained eyes. Okay, another choice. Let me save in here. Let's hug, because it's like this. Okay, she killed our parents, right? But she didn't want let us to be an orphan, so she become our sis to protect, and then she's cleaning out. She become to get human feelings, and she's cleaning out bad dudes from the city. So she's doing something right to us, to the city, right? Cleaning the bad dudes. So I think it's good. So let's hug. So we step towards her sister and hug her. She's not human. Well, then so be it. She's her only family. Sonia little raised her and saved her from any trouble. She's good. Sarah was crying too. Two girls, a woman and a creature of unknown species, were crying, hugging each other. Despite everything, they remained close to each other. And two of them had no one else in the whole wide world. They are different, but so similar. You taught me to be human. I love you. After all, Sonia knew what it means to be a family, learned to feel guilt and love. Does it really matter who she is or where she comes from? She is all that Sophia has, the only one. A rocket engine hovered outside the window, probably a regular planet ship taking rich tourists to a Martian resort or a research team on its way to the system boundary. Maybe that's where Sonia came from? What difference does it make? She's here right now. She almost become human. Almost human. Sophia was not interested in the criminal chronicle, but the headlines were large and flashed on every street screen. The faceless returned. People keep disappearing in slums. The devourer of face is back. But why? Sonia promised to hunt less often. Does this mean that Sophia was mistaken about believing her sister? Did she get the taste for blood, or did someone else show up? Perhaps Sonia is not the only one. Then she remembered Nicholas with his amazing ability to move swiftly and silently, as if he were not a human at all. Evening was approaching. Confused and upset, Sophia wandered through the streets. She didn't even notice when her reverie took her back to the slums. When she came to the abandoned building, it turned out that in the yard there were piles of what was it? Human bodies. There they are. Sophia started shaking. She couldn't believe Sonia was up to her old tricks again. Well, yes. Why does she need a new hideout if there is an old one that already proved to be good? Oh, is Danny in here? A faceless one appeared out of the darkness. No, not the one from before. Sophia put her hands over her mouth. It was Danica. Trousers, hairstyle, and now a bloody mask instead of a face. Then he took a few steps, her legs buckled, and she fell to the pavement, not far from the traveling Sophia. She overcame herself and came closer. She wanted to check if the girl was alive, but she couldn't bring herself to touch the disfigured bloody body. Then she turned back to the bodies in the courtyard. She noticed that they were moving. Sophia's face turned pale. No, the crops were not going to get up. Contortions took place under their clothes. At some point, the clothes began to tear apart along with the dead flesh. From under it, some creature appeared, stained with black blood. They seemed to lift their nose, listening. The girl couldn't stand the sight and sobbed in horror. The disgusting creatures rushed toward Sophia at once. She tried to run, but her legs didn't obey her. She stumbled and fell to the pavement. The bloody creature covered her like a wave. I was driven only by hunger, a thirst for blood. Sophia remembered her sister's words. Now she seems to be driven by her reproduction instinct. Hundreds of tentacles dug into her skin, buried into stomach as she screamed, but the painful shock immediately merciful took away her conscience. The scream stopped. The ending 3 scary. Okay. So that ending, she dies. Let's lower it in here. Only to see. Push away Sonia. Sophie squeezed her sheath in her fist and pushed her ex-sister away with her hands. Her family died, this thing killed her parents, and now it's pretending to be her sister. Sophia got out of the house and ran until she couldn't anymore. When she came back to her senses, she was near the constabulary. She must answer for her crimes. Me too. Sophia took a step forward the end. She'll tell them everything. She'll tell them about her human sister and her killing Nicholas. Everything. Sophia did not feel the injection, but when the medicine began to take effect, she began to recover. Strange, usually it was the opposite. The drug helped her to forget. Something was wrong. Doctor? Regarding the math, I must tell you something. Are you able to understand me yet? Sophia nodded. Yes, she understood the woman. She even remembered that this was her attending physician. She happened to forget about what happened to her. When? Doesn't matter. It was all hallucinations. She's sick. This was very clearly explained to her by authoritative experts in the field of psychiatry. There are no such things. He's busy now searching for the creature. That's why I'm just going to tell you everything he told me. And after that, we'll discharge you from the hospital. Who is she talking about? It seems that she misses something. And what creature are you talking about? Is she delirious again? Then she needs to call a doctor. Oh, the doctors are already here. How fast? All of the staff were injured, but there were numerous casualties among the prisoners. Moreover, on camera we were able to catch the moment Sonia... Wait, what? Sonia? Is she alive? Why doesn't she visit me then? Her sick sister? Oh yes, Sonia does not exist, like Nicholas' aunt. You are absolutely right. Oh, it's so awful. I can't hardly talk about it. I can't imagine it. Being without a face, without eyes. But investigators are assured us that all constabulary forces and military units have been mobilized to capture and destroy this mysterious creature. It will be over soon, and on behalf of all doctors who confirm your diagnosis, we offer you our deepest apologies. In order to somehow compensate for your suffering, we eliminated our current grants and bonus in your favor. We understand that it's... What grants? Why do I need them? What happens to Sonia? She ran away, so she exists? What have these doctors been drugging me with? It's so hard to think. Although, why do I need to think about that? It's much more pleasant to live without thoughts. I need to stop thinking. Nicholas doesn't exist. Sonia too. Me too. There is no me. Are you alright? Do you understand me? Why didn't the stimulants work? Hey, what? The doctor's voice was receding, turning into a mirage, just like Sophia. Her mind was at peace. Nothing else could hurt her, because there was nothing. Okay, ending 2, calm. Not bad. So in here, the police saw what happened, and they were after the creatures, and we weren't thinking anymore about our seas or the creatures. So is it the best ending? Who knows? Okay, so let's go for another story. Here there be humans. Okay, what's gonna be this? So it seems that is on space, this one. It seems so, yep. Well, look at that. Nice spaceship. Okay, let's see. My scout is going crazy. My normal trouble-free devices are breaking down one by one. I don't even have time to fix one model before I get warning about new one failing. I grab multi-tool and open the next panel. So you can see now the design is different from the others. It's always cool to see that. It's not my first here in long-range intelligence, but this has ever happened to me or to any of the scouts I know. I haven't even heard rumors or myths about this. The search unit usually consists of young people. It's specially made so that young people cool their hardware and realize that space is not just about feats and adventure, but about boring and tedious work. Several years of dull routine kill any impulse to be a hero or break the rules. Only it seems that this scheme has failed. I came across something extraordinary, and these oddities weren't waiting for me on a distant, unknown planet, but on my own ship. It seems as if my scout was attacked by some invisible gremlins. On the one hand, I was happy that the monotonous look-alike days are over, but on the other hand, I'm starting to fear that the scout will simply fall apart. I have to search for some planet to land the ship on so I can start searching for the cause of this madness. However, so far, I have only managed to eliminate the symptoms of this unknown disease, which threatened to destroy my ship, and myself along with it. But suddenly it all ends. The last problem is fixed and the comm is silent. Well, what was that all about? Does anyone know? I'm out of ideas. Yes, after a month of being alone, I start occasionally talking to myself, so we are neon, okay? Sometimes I don't even notice it. For cadets and young specialists, it's a sign of coolness to turn off the ship chat buddy. The charter did not forbid this, but we were warned that a long time without communication with at least a computer could adversely affect the mental state of a lone pilot. Many probably gave up and turned on the interlocutor, but I was stubborn. And I don't know how to lie. I have to be honest. A colleague could ask me during my vacation how I managed to be alone, and I will answer honestly that I couldn't stand it and start talking to the computer. Or I'll start to crumple, which is guaranteed to give me away. I'm not a cool lone space wolf anymore, but a simple cargo. I'd rather be patient. Right now, for example, I'm distracting myself from my loneliness by keeping busy. I'm not up to talking, okay? Who am I arguing with then? We don't talk to ourselves and we are okay, right? I'll take silence as a constant. There's so much work piled up. Okay, stop. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? For a few moments, I test the clutch, the multi-tool in my hand. I stare at the virtual screen, but everything is intensely quiet. I could sit down in a chair, but instead, I decide to take a break sitting on the ribbed floor, leaning against the wall. I close my eyes for a second and another warning sounds wake me up. Without opening my eyes, I start to fumble with my hand on the floor in search of multi-tool. Only then do I notice that the signal has a different tone. It's not another malfunction this time. I open my eyes and stare at the comm. Vika. Mayday. To anyone who can hear me, Vika Zelanaya is speaking. I made an emergency landing on an uninhabited planet. The coordinates are including the message. My ship needs urgent repairs. I'm asking for help. Mayday. Then the message starts repeating itself. I gave it a few listens, watching my ex face. Right, this just keeps getting weirder. My former girlfriend had an accident somewhere nearby. What an incredible coincidence. I all forgot what a cutie she is. Why did we break up again? Well. What the other miracles are in store? First the ship started acting up and now this. And they told me that long-range scout missions are boring routine. I can't wait to prove them wrong. The chances of such events are close to zero, like literally long-range recon huge and explored space sectors and incredible distance. It's like traveling at random into the African jungle and meet a next-door neighbor there. Actually, no. The probability of what is happening now is much lower. I can't even find a proper example. After I keep my position at long-range recon after our breakup. It's just that we started flying different ships, no longer being in the same crew. It could be what will lead to the same sector, but still the distance is calculated in tens or even hundreds of light years. These are unexplored areas of space, not some country roads. I do express the diagnostic. Everything is functioning fine. And then enter the coordinates from the message. It's time for a reunion. Scott Neon Lukianov is rushing to the rescue. There is no planet, it's a gas giant larger than Jupiter. There are several large satellites too, but the planetoid whose coordinates I've been given is nowhere to be found. No device can detect it. Except I see it with my own eyes. My ship has already entered its orbit. I have to enter the data manually. The automatic system denies all of my inputs. I can't even detect the gravity of the planetoid. But the orbit turns out to be stable, which almost caused the onboard computer to freeze. Thankfully, it started to treat the planet as an anomaly and decides to trust the pilot on the matter. Not like there are other options. The orbit is pretty stable after all, even if this can't be computed by artificial brains. To be honest, all this nonsense doesn't fit my brain either, but Vic is somewhere on the surface. I decided to let it slide for now and manually land on the surface. Then suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a planet appears. Well, so we are playing hide and seek. Giving up, are you? Of course, I spot you already. A Navi computer finally sees it, analyzes the data given to it from all the ship's sensors, and tries to take back control of the ship. No, my friend, I'll rather do it manually. You might suddenly go blind and deaf again. The ship IE is still disabled, but the control system hears me perfectly and don't argue. All the arguments are in my favor. I quickly search for the emergency landing point of Vika's ship and head there. While the scout is landing, one thing sticks in my mind. All of this is unnatural. It's actually awesome. Awesome. Cool, right, Neon? So cool. Uninhabited planet, a rescue mission. What if there is life here? Here there be tigers. Although I doubt there will be any tigers here, but there could be people instead. At least one of them is here, Vika. What if the local fauna is humanoid? An inhabited island contact rescue of the local population from... Wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Judging by the sensors, the planet is a little lifeless. Only sand dunes and rocks, including particularly terrestrial hair. Why is that? There are no plants nor whatever water reservoirs with algae, but the air is almost Earth-like. Although no, that's not correct. No foreign impurities are detected, so the composition of the air is similar to that of my scout ship. Well, I'm getting curious. Who could possibly install such equipment on such far away, uninhabited planets? Even the percentage and proportions are identical to a standard scout ship. Audits keep coming, all of these on an uninhabited planet. What if there is also life here? So much has already happened to me that all my colleagues will be jealous. And now saving my ex, who for some reason doesn't respond to calls. I hope nothing happened to her. The thought makes me feel uneasy. Yes, we didn't get along very well, but we didn't hate each other either. Even if someone was my worst enemy, I will still risk my life to save them. But they are not my enemy, and that's why I'm worried. Vika, darling, just stay put. Help is already nearby. I'll lean on the afterburn so I won't collide with her ship with gravity beam. I land 500 yards away from her scout ship. Once I landed, I immediately rushed to the airlock. On the run, I checked my space suit. It's filled with energy up to the brim, an emergency supply of air lasting a couple of hours is distributed in cells all over the entire surface. The converters are working perfectly. The suit can make a breathing mix out of any kind of atmosphere, even a poisonous one. And making a space look like everyday clothes is all the rage now. We are not a military organization, so we can even make our spacesuits look like pajamas. Vicky's favorite one are retro-themed, for example. More precisely, just the upper half, without underwear, right. Let's stop with the pleasant memories. It's out of place right now. The airlock seems okay, so I can go out. The air outside ship is identical to what's inside, but I probably shouldn't believe the sensors that didn't spot an entire planet a few minutes ago. I jump out the airlock and quickly look around. It really is a desert. There's sand, dunes, sand, and some boulders that look like cow patties. Not a very appetizing sight, at least for those who have lived a farming life. That's a stupid comparison. I rush to Vika's ship, an exact replica of mine. Her scout ship is tilted slightly. Was there a crash landing? I must hurry. And yet, it feels so good to finally leave the crumpled cabin and go for a run on the surface of a planet. Even an uninhabited one such as this. It's so spacious, so beautiful, especially these big moons, the neighboring planetoids of the giant planets. And then there is pleasant wind in my face. Wait, what? Wind? Did I not turn on the helmet force field? It can't be. I look at the charge indicator. 0. Even the indicators do not work. I hold my breath and turn around. It's too far. I can't reach it, but I was breathing before. The air is indeed the same as the ship. The sensor didn't lie. So this strange planet has presented another surprise. Either the indicator is messed up, or the energy keeps disappearing somewhere. Well, at least I'm alive. I can continue my rescue mission. Vika, here I come. In the corner of my eye, I spot movement. Something has changed, but what exactly? Same sand dunes, same boulders. Although I remember this particular one being much farther from me before. Or I am mistaken? Yeah, you could see that thing moved in there. This one. Yeah, but look at that. I continue moving, walking this time. There it is again. The nearest giant cow patty became much closer. Wait, is that some kind of local life form? Living silicon stones? I feel uneasy. After all, I'm a non-working partly useless spacesuit. I could consider myself naked, and now this, just in case I freeze, suddenly it reacts to my movement. No, it doesn't. The boulder comes real close to me. What should I do? Shall I make contact with Cow Patty now? Does it even have some kind of mind? And if it does, I doubt it will be able to communicate in some way. I have no idea how to talk to boulders. My hand reached out to the mate surface by itself, but I immediately pull it back. There is no protective field on my hands. You never know what. Oh, the stone sways and moves slightly towards me, as if stretching. Am I being sniffed? I think numb. Then, slowly, I turn around, ready to run, and there is no time. I don't make it. I'm engulfed in darkness, and I cease to hear the wind and feel its warmth. Did I get eaten? Nice one, Neon. The rescue mission was successful. I'm sorry, Ernie. I couldn't help you. I hope you'll be able to repair the ship yourself and fly away from this strange and, as it seems, dangerous planet. May everything be fine with you. I was prepared to die, but nothing changed. Almost. Suddenly I feel someone else's presence, as if someone unbelievably huge is looking at me, seeing every beat of my body, even hearing my thoughts. Suddenly there is some commotion going around me. Or is it me moving? Is this the end? Are they going to... I squeeze my eyes shut. And then I open them when I feel a push. I plop on sand and see the boulder duluth moving away from me. Did it try to hit me, but I was not his taste and then go spat out? Well, if you get eaten, you have 2 ways out at least. I don't want to think which one led me to the exit. I jump out and want to cry joyfully. I'm alive, I wasn't eaten, but then I realize that it's too early for the parties. I have no idea what filth I have on my body now, or even inside, and now I'll go infect Vika with it? No way, I'll better turn back to Scout. I turn around and head to my ship to have a full medical test. I already violate so many paragraphs of the charter. I'll try to comply with this one at least. The medical equipment found nothing. Even the sand in my hair was sterile. If they ate me, they didn't chew on me or even drool on me. No organic or inorganic matter, nothing at all. Well, let's pretend then that the boulder is some kind of local natural phenomenon and not a living being. It's not dangerous and I can safely continue my rescue mission. Whoa, fake neon. Where did I put the multi-tool? Hey, Double, have you seen the tools? I jump back and get into fight stance. Right for me is me. An exact copy of myself. He is the real alien contact. So the locals came out of their underground dungeons and took on my appearance to try talking to me with my voice in my language. Why are you so jumpy? Are you a psycho or something? Fine, I'll try to find it myself. Let's see. The last malfunction unit was... Oh, here it is. Then fake Neon takes out my multi-tool from his clothes and heads for the airlock. Hey, where do you think you're going? The doppelganger turns around and looks at me like I'm some kind of fool. Save Vika, of course. I need to fix her ship. Don't touch anything here, please, okay? I'll make contact with your race a bit later, when I'm finished. My, you look exactly like me. Did you take my look for a reason? Nice move. And then fake Neon appears into the airlock, leaving me indignantly gulping air. Why he took me for an alien, more precisely for a local resident, and it turns out that he considers himself the real deal. What bullshit. Of course I'm not the smartest guy in the long-range recon, but there's no fool among us. Therefore, I immediately realized that the clone was created by the cow party from before. It probably ate me, did some kind of search. I still remember that feeling of a sharp star, and then spat me out. And then it made another copy of me. Why do I consider myself an original? Well, because I got scared and this happy clone even didn't flinch. So what? There is a copy of some kind. We'll talk later. I need to save Vika. Oh, that's right, Vika. I rush after him, catch up with the fake Neon on the way to Vika's ship. I walked right next to him, decided to talk a bit on the way. It feels a little bit creepy and weird talking to myself, although I'm pretty used to it. Hey, what's your name? Neon Lukianov, long-range recon pilot. Right, why weren't you surprised when you saw me? Well, that thing made so many of you already, and new ones keep coming. Already had enough scares, but I too got in a fight stance back then. Ha, Karate Kid. It looks pretty ridiculous to be honest. Work on your stance, by the way. And that's when the real horror hit me. So it turns out that I could be a clone? Well, yes, if we all have identical memories, then everyone remembers the same thing. How he was captured and then spat out of the boulder. And now he goes to Vika rescue just like me. Then it turns out that, no, I shouldn't think of that now. It won't take long to go crazy. There's also no point in talking to this guy either. He may turn out to be the original, but doesn't matter right now. I followed one took over my multi-tool, although it belongs to him. I'm still a bit shaky, but I decided to pull myself together. There are so many miracles in the universe. We'll deal with it later. The main thing now is to get away from this planetoid, fast. Together with Vika, of course. What if she's one of them too? Hey Neon, did Vika get off her ship yet? Things start no, otherwise a crowd of her clones will be running around right now too. It's a nice sight of course, but now I'm going to find the real one later and save her. Yes, our thoughts are the same. I still have a chance to get ahead of my copies and save her. Maybe it really doesn't matter who I am, the original or a copy. If you are all identical, I would like to run tests on him. Suddenly he is somehow different. Well, what kind of fun run is this? I follow my double gaze. A whole crowd of fake neons is running straight at us, and a bit ahead is Vika, trying to run away from them. So she got out of her scout ship. That's not good. Let's just hope she won't bump into the cloning party. Okay, you go to her ship now, and Why are you being bossy, clone? Don't argue, there's no time for that now. You have multi-tools, so it's up to you to fix her scout, and meanwhile I'll take care of her. Those fools might have scared her. Perhaps you're right. I'll fix everything and find you through with scout sensors. Okay, let's do it. And fake Neo heads to the ship. I'm left waiting for the approaching Vika. Seems like I'm pretty reasonable and nice guy after all. At least it's easy to negotiate with me. Can't help but smile at these stupid thoughts. So we see Vika running away from our clones. As the girl running past, I join her and smile happily as I run. Hi honey, I'll follow you. I see you could use some help. Back off, you freak. I stumbled and almost buried my nose in sand. What a greeting, and I was going to save her. I want to help. What are you doing? They want to help too, all of them. Back off. And she quickens her pace. And where are you going in such a hurry? To my ship? Vika doesn't answer, but I take a closer look at my ship and suddenly see that several clones are already coming out of my scouts. By the way, there are some waiting for you there too. Perhaps you should head another way, behind that one? Vika doesn't answer, but change their direction. I follow her example. For some time, we hide from the sight of the pursuers. Okay, what are you going to do now? Get on, fast! I'm going to punch you. That's a great idea, but still you better get down. I will bury you in sand. You won't be able to outrun them. They have more stamina. The girl throws a thoughtful look at me, then looks to the side of the dune from where the pursuers might appear at any time, and finally makes a decision. She drops onto the sand and starts burying herself in it. I get on my knees, press my chest to the ground, spread my arms and push off my legs, pretending I'm some kind of bulldozer. Then again and again. That's it. It turns out to be a really nice moment. Finally, I brush some sand off her face, leaving only her mouth exposed so she can breathe. I jump back a few steps, fall on the ground and grab my crotch with my hands. Just in time. At that moment, a crowd of my doubles shows up behind the door. I start rolling on the ground, howling. It immediately attracts the attention of all pursuers. What happened? Are you okay? Oh, she kicked so hard, so much pain in my balls. She went there, behind that door. Just be careful, guys. Watch her legs. The whole crowd rushed in the direction I showed them while covering their sensitive spot with their hands. It looks quite funny. Only the last one slows down a little to give me a pitiful look. Do you need help? No, it's fine. I feel better already. It looks like it's not so bad. I'm going to the ship, to the sick bay. Okay, go to Vegas scout them. There are a few of us left there. It won't hurt to get extra help. Then this fake news joins the others. When he's out of sight, I quickly dig up the girl and help her up. She looks around in search of her saviors, and when she confirms they are gone, she finally calms down a little. Let's go hide behind that rock over there. That way they won't see us when they come back. Okay, let's go. Just don't get too close. I clench my teeth, but they don't say a word. She's so mean. We are sitting behind the rock, catching our breath and looking at each other. She with alertness, I with resentment. The rock remained stable. They didn't try to sniff us, but I warned Vic about it anyway. Don't look at me like that. I am the real one. At least I think so. And they think they are real ones. So stay away from me. Silly, I want to help. They want to help too, I told you. Even if you are real, it's all your fault. You got into this mess, spawned clones. Do you know how scared I was when you staggered into Scout with several copies? I can't argue with that. I got into this mess, that's right. Right into the big mess of Cow Party that now continues to clone me. It's amazing how Vic found the right words for it. Yes, you're right. I got into a mess. You've always been careless, irresponsible, stupid, obnoxious. I just want to disappear, right into thin air, so I can hear her ridiculous accusations. Finally remember why we broke up. I just couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't hold it in and raised my voice at Vika. Okay, stop. That's enough. I got tired of it back then when we were a part of a team on the ship. I won't put up with your insults anymore. If you don't want to be with me, go on, stay here. Let the others save you. I'm leaving. I start to get up, but Vika grabs my arm, pulls me down, even more closer to me. I sit down on the sand again. You are the real deal. What? You are real. You decide to leave me. And they keep running after me, try to help. Please save me. They won't do that. I wonder why they behave like this. And who are they anyway? I'm afraid it's really my fault. You see, when I was hidden, I thought I was dying. My last thought was the regret of not being able to help you, to save you. Perhaps that's why it turned out to be so important in the heads of the copies. Oh, that's so romantic. Your last thought was about me? Wait, what? You were eaten? Well, so she realized that I was in danger too and didn't fixate on something that flattered her. It's just a nice change, damn it. I look at my ex, but for some reason my gaze falls on her slender legs. Yeah, look at each other so much time. Again, that reminds me of the fact that she completely naked under her spacesuit. So now Vika turns restless, getting herself more comfy. That makes me hot and I instantly turn away. I briefly tell her everything that happened to me up that point, starting with the series of malfunctions in Scout and ending with the current awkward moment. Awkward for me, Vika, as usual, was not embarrassed by anything. It turns out that the exact same thing happened to her, and she decided to land on the planet to carry out repairs in relative safety on the surface and not in outer space. Well, it looks like the breakdowns were caused remote to lure us here. When you landed, my breakdowns stopped. My Scott didn't even see the planet. Because I was no longer needed, you were already on the planet. When you didn't get off the ship, the planet stopped hiding from me, so I just came out. I wonder why this planet needs us. When that party swallowed me, I felt as if something analyzed me, every cell of my body, every thought, every wish. Clearly it wasn't some simple boulder. I was being stirred by someone huge, a whole mountain or even a whole planet. Vika shivers and looks at me a little scared. It's just you and your stupid fantasy. You made all those things up because you were frightened. Perhaps I did. But if this planet is intelligent, then it will probably want to have some kind of living things. Something at least a little intelligent. People, for example. I suspect that even the air in the atmosphere was copied from what I was in our your scout so that people can live here. Why does the plant need people? Hardly for food, it produces itself, more precisely you. Maybe it's just lonely this planet. Imagine that you are flying through the cosmic void, complete alone. There is no one for hundreds of light years with whom you could. Enough, stop it. Alice falls out and casts a surprised look at the girl. She looks more scared now than the time she was running from my clones. What got into her? I'm afraid of loneliness. I didn't tell anyone about it. You are the first. When you left me, but you are the one who kicked me out. It was as she hadn't heard me. Am I talking too quietly? When you left, our crewmates told me something at Spaceport Bar. You know, they like to tell our stories myths. I don't know what it's called. So one day I heard this story about the black astronaut. I agreed but decided not to comment on anything. Let her speak as long as she doesn't nag me anymore. He was alright astronaut, only his spacesuit was completely black, so black that when he got detached from the ship during the repair of sensors, no one noticed him against the background of black space. He didn't have time to fix the sensors, and his part didn't notice him, a black dot against the background of cosmic darkness. So he flew into space, doomed to certain death. Since then, he appears near those who come out. Stop it. It sounds so childish that it's hard for me to hold back my laughter. The girl glares at me, angry eyes, and turns away resentfully. Wait, so she's being serious? It can't be. Sorry, so what are you afraid of? Loneliness? Then why did you join the solo scout mission? Vika ups and decides to give me the silent treatment for a while. After enough time passed, she decides to forgive me and finally continue her tale. I want to get rid of this fear. Well, you know, fighting fire with fire. Dummy, it does not work that way. I have a friend who is afraid of heights. To get rid of this fear, he started parachuting, but each jump it kept getting scarier for him. How should I know? But you are right. I would rather not left alone in the ship. As you can see, my spacesuit isn't black, but even so I will hardly be noticed in the background of space. And what's the worst case scenario. Have you heard of all the sensors falling at once? It's impossible. Actually, it is possible. I learned here manually. Not on one sensor was working at the time. Yes, you are right. This plan is something else, but it is an exception to the rule. It won't happen again. You have nothing to be afraid of. Still, you'll better stick with your crewmates. I hate to know that you are suffering from something. Vika squints at me, frowning, and suddenly she smiles. Her face moves out, which makes me feel good, as if I took a stimulation pack. Thanks, Nir. I thought you were mad at me for something after you broke up with me. What makes her think I was the one who broke up with her? It was quite the opposite. Although she just wanted to find an excuse to make me guilty and make herself a victim. But why? To take revenge on me? No, it makes no sense. Normal people don't. Actually, it's me who should be mad at you. It's you who are doing everything wrong, and I suffer because of it. How dare you accuse me of anything at all? It's my fault, you say? But it was you who crashed, because I was alone, and I was alone because you were unbearable. So I am to blame for everything, even if I'm not around, if I'm hundreds of light years away? Well, of course, you could have asked for forgiveness instead of trying to blame me. That's how you have always been, irresponsible, insensitive, selfish. I turn away and try not to listen to my ex nonsense. I want to disappear again. Thought where will I go? If there are only two of us on the planet, we should stick together. The clones don't count. Perhaps they will disappear the same way as they appear. I, on the other hand, can't disappear so easily. Without finishing my thoughts, I grab my ex and push her with all my strength. And the anger on her face is replaced by surprise before she slams into the rock and dissolves into it. Now she probably inside and this weird planet is analyzing her. I close my eyes and prepare to wait. A few seconds later, someone approached me from behind and pats me on the shoulder. Are you okay? Do you need to tell me that you are going to the ship? Yes, but first I have to check one theory. What theory? Are you completely crazy? Psycho? I was robbed by this thing. Now my copies will start appearing. You idiot. Do you want my clones to flood everything here too? I keep sitting quiet under the rock and I can't help but smile. Vic isn't yelling at me. All the blame is directed at that poor fellow that decided to help me. Yeah, I can relate. He probably wants to disappear now. Just dissolve, cease to exist, become poof, a flash, a pop, and fake news disappears. I even envy him a little. I always want to disappear so I won't have to listen to my ex nagging anymore. Except now she switched to me. What the hell happened to him? Did he just explode? You should warn me about this kind of stuff. Why are you grinning anyway? Is this your doing? But of course, who else? You got into some mess again, right? I turn around and walk towards the ship. Vika follows me, without stopping to put the blame on me for all that is happening right now. Out of corner of my eye, I see as the new copies of Vika catch up with fake news and start to nag them. It lasts until they explode with flash. Still, they are so lucky. Poof! Gone. No one nags you anymore, but I can't hide from her, even by traveling thousands of light years away. Angry Vic is still muttering, follows me to my scout ship. Let me only say because it was a lot of text. Okay, I get it. Your clones can disappear at any moment. Are my clones because of my last thought? I have received a desire to tell you everything I think about those who feed me to aliens. And yours are so stupid they realize that disappearing is their only option. Whoa, how cleverly she turned everything around. I'm so embarrassed that the clones self-destruct. Sounds insulting. But your clones can't handle mine. It even gives her some credit. Such nice clones she has. As Vic and I are taking off together, she was afraid to go her scout. We watch our doppelgangers pop one after another, as if they were soap bubbles. My guess turned out to be correct. My intuition is working. Aren't you clever? Aren't you the clever one? I didn't get it at first, and it worked like a charm. Wait, why do you think that my clones will gonna disappear too? You are afraid of loneliness. Without fake news, fake figures will cease to exist. Yes, I told you. Wait a second. Why would they be lonely if there are a lot of my clones left? We could have inhabited the whole planet. I don't think they would have gotten along very well. Why is that? For the same reason that fake neon self-destructed. You are just unbearable. Look at this. Ah! Vika stops for a moment and then takes a very deep breath. Just she can pour another sea of accusation on me again. God have some mercy. I throw up my hands in despair and clench my fists. What a pity that I turned out to be the original after all, and I can just appear like my clones. Those lucky bastards. I wonder if the one that is here right now is the real Vika or is just her copy. No. Let science sort it out. And according to the rules, I'll tell about our contact while on approach to the long-range scout's peripheral base. Then they will get me to the quarantine zone. I'll get a few weeks of quiet and loneliness. So she's still mad at me because I broke up with her. More precise, she broke up with me. But that's female logic. If she broke up with you, it's your fault. You couldn't stop her. So that means it was you who broke up with her, and it's still your fault. Okay, when we take a little break from each other in quarantine, when she forgot about my actions, which by the way saved us, I will repaint her spacesuit black and tell her not to be afraid to wear it. After all, I will always be close. The ends. So this story doesn't have multiple endings, only has one ending. Okay. Because it's more about comedy. It's what it is. It's about comedy. So let's go now for the one that's more interesting. That is the veggies. Let's go for this. Here we go, veggies. My hands are getting frozen. Jesus. It's hard to close my hands now. God. So it seems that for now I saw two that are different endings, and one doesn't have doesn't have options. It's all about the story. Okay. So veg. I'm used to living an ordinary life, spending nights staring at my feeds. Memes and cats are fine and all, but they won't fulfill my needs. I also had to find a job before my hunger could kill. Good jobs are always available to those with indispensable skill. Here's one for instant tech support. I got these skills I required. I could send them my resume, and I was immediately hired. So here I am in a HR office, lost deep in thought while drinking tea. HRs are also staffed by veggies. The office turnip interviews me. A turnip. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What salary are you aiming for? Think careful about what you say. We see enough bums who come through the door. Well, there's not much to it. I'm an office monkey clear as day. I just need some extra money. That's really all that I can say. Wait, is all this rhyming? Because they are doing some rhymes. It's what it seems. So we don't have a name, it's only me. I will agree to any terms. I'll even work for food. The future can be clearly seen. I know my skills will raise your moods. I'm awesome and creative. Your success, I'm the key. I'm healthy, smart, agile, and active. All that's left is to hire me. You work for food, you say, sign those papers, I really like your tone. You are now a part of a big team, although you will mostly be working alone. That's it, I found a job, a crappy one, a low paid too. So now I'm one of the IT techs, but what I'm going to do? So these are about rhyming, it seems. They kinda show me my new place, it looked like I'm underground storage cave. I quickly made myself some lunch, thank God there was a microwave. Once my potato PC was on, I checked the database, who's my boss? Turned out to be an exclusive onion, a second veg, another loss. So this is our boss, that's an onion. Then there's Spud, the executive secretary. Now I feel out of place. But even if this place is a garden, it's nothing that I can't face. So what if there are veggies around? No big deal, it even brings some spice. At least there are no snakes around, and turnip ladies seem really nice. It's not like I'm working hard and Miss Turnip is a cutie. If I'm lucky I might get promoted if I eat on that beauty. It's a plan, but I'm getting too far ahead. Let's start with a parking spot. I took a sip of coffee, reflect upon what a big brain I've got. Tools are to be used as a cheap labor, that is the question I face. To them I'm nobody, to do as I'm told or be replaced. I could finish my work for the day and then there's hardly a reason to stay. So I remote viewed HR's laptop, Mr. playing solitaire. Here comes a great chance for us to talk. I gave my PC a manful stare. Instantly putting my skills to use, I made the laptop freeze. I got a call through straight away. Come make this thing work, please. I wait a few more moments to make it look like I was busy bee. And then I spawn on my way. This is exciting me. Oh my god, I killed the process that I will implement and ran a pointless test. I smelled a turnip and said to her, the problem was solved, aren't I the best? Don't you feel bored sitting here all day? Is this in this office on your own? If I were you, it would drive me mad. I couldn't stand it all alone. It's not so bad, I'm pretty used to it. It's really nice, it's really not such a bore. And when I'm free, I try to learn things, develop my skills even more. Yeah, I've seen your development. You couldn't win us at solitary. If you keep slacking, you might get fired. The management wouldn't care. Perhaps I will blackmail her a little to get a parking space. Sometimes you have to take the risk, though it could blow up in my face. Okay, we have choice in here. For this we have choice, so. I know you are a game addict for real. To keep me quiet, let's make a deal. Or you look like you could lose some fun. Shall we go out to eat before the day is done? Let's see this one. I know you are a game addict. Turnip's sweet cheeks went pale from fright, but then changed to a raging red. That's how my new job was quickly lost. It's too late to take back what I said. I lost my job in just half a day. I can't believe I was so dumb. The door has been forever closed. There is no way back. Our times are yet to come. Back with no job nor any cash, as I fear all along. I'll have to start my life anew and prove my doubters wrong. So I got my act together and studied on the net. My man will grow even near and I took my biggest step yet. What the fuck is this? I started a business and hired some staff. I'm strict but fair and honest. Life is hard, but I guess I found that first success is always modest. But most important is not to quiet. If you miss, then keep on shooting. Stand tall, be brave and take the risk. Your efforts will start fruiting. Adding one human for this. Because it's like a human does. He fails and he tries again, try make his own job, and he gets and like that. We are human. Wow. Okay. So, but I want to load, and gonna choose this one now to see what is different. So we got the first heading for this one, that is being human. Very good. So let's go. Let's see with the other choice. To tell the truth, I haven't been to a restaurant for age. It's really nice of you to ask me to dine. It's settled then. Let's go. Let's leave our cage. I won't mind a glass of wine. Miss Turnip and I chatted the rest of the day, and I installed Spider and Mineswiper. But Zuma was the game she really liked. I think this girl might be a keeper. Then I realized how foolish I was. I clearly had no money left. I could never afford a restaurant being financially perfect. But Turnip realized our problem too. There are a few days before we got paid. She told me I should invite her to mine. I figured that I'll got it made. Once we arrived, things worked like a charm. Just one drink before an embrace. Somehow she cuddled up into my arms. I was about to reach second base. She whispered me to go ahead and rip the veils off her fine chest. I was struck with passion, granted her wish, and decided to do all the rest. The following morning I noticed a space with my name, so I drove my car straight into it, knowing that I would win that game. After a chat with Miss Turnip, we both agreed that it was a fling. We stayed friends, we had a good time, and that's the important thing. So I switched to Lady Onion, a better place to work, I wouldn't mind. Perhaps I will get a better net connection if Lady Onion will be so kind. Success with Turnip raised my spirits. It seems I hit the lucky chance. I spent some time on my daily routine. The game's afoot, let's go, advance. To my surprise, before I knew it, she called me herself by phone. As it turned out, she crashed her PC, and now the hard drive is blown. She told me that her software kept crashing often, and I asked her to simply come out. Instead of a reply, I was greeted with silence, which left me confused and in doubt. I see that she left her office, not a program. Was it her or inadequate code? I came across such people pretty often. They were the reason for my workloads. I introduced myself and simple nod, then typed some and remarked alright. After a few moments her PC was clean and working. I'll fast the story every bite. I started making plans to eat on her, no point asking her out to dinner. There's not a single game on her desktop. It would be thought to make this chase a winner. She was impatient, wanting me to leave, actually pacing and nervous. I knew there was nothing that I could do, and the chat here would serve no useful purpose. Back in my lair, I did some hard thinking, but nothing handy came to mind. I really thought my plan was foolproof. The former triumph had made me blind. Then I got another call. Things are still messed up, what a shame. But of course it's all her fault. The PC and are to blame. So we are back to the boss again. So I rushed back to her office. Fair enough, I can relate. To not get left holding the bag, solving dummy problems is my fate. I stared long and hard at the PC screen, but saw the problem and my face formed a grin. She was looking pretty anxious, but lost files are simply in the recycle bin. I got the feeling I'll soon lose my temper. How can people be so incredibly daft? How did Sonya get a senior position? It can all be down to art graft. I should calm down, that's my boss, but I was already so irked. There's no point in getting annoyed with some veg, so I fixed everything so it worked. And then again another call, another feat. Obviously it's still me who is bad. Apparently I'm to blame. Oh god, these onions drive me mad. I'm here again trying to find the right words, without swearing nor letting my anger win. Again, I look at Onion's computer, the budget estimate is still in the bin. Okay, let's save to see what will change in here. Okay, let's see what is gonna change. I had enough, you drive me mad, you are dumb, you are stupid, you are so bad. Don't worry, it happens all the time, it's the PC fault, not yours nor mine. That's it is. All of your PCs are obsolete. You'll need to budget for new. I can provide short-term workaround, but I would update them if I were you. I have a similar PC back in my office, and to be honest, when I see it, I fret. It could burn up at any moment, not to mention the turtle speed internet. Sorry. And you, my lady, should relax a bit. Go grab a glass of wine or two. Put your hard work aside for a moment, and you will find how trivial this is to you. Onion, of course, our boss. You know, you're right. What's got it to me? I could use some calm and relaxation. Regarding buying some new PCs, we have some budget allocation. You know, come here and have a seat. Let's have a glass of sweet wine. This life has gotten me jump lately. Let's throw off our worries, it's fine. Agreed, the math isn't worth our distress. It's a pity no one understands. To make our lives a happy story, we have it within our own hands. On our drinking wine and realized that life is good. We had some fun and we laughed, and I wondered whether I could. A few months later, it turned out I was squeezing on it in my arms. When she gets so close to me, now it's just me and her sweet charms. By taking off her layers, tears formed in my eyes, but both of us were up for it as her hands wandered up my thighs. How long this intimacy tasted, I never really had a thought. Thought onion smelly as I was that day, I wonder how we weren't caught. Once early morning came next day, I got a new office and PC, even a fancy gaming chair and the fastest net speed I ever seen. And now Miss Onion, weirdly enough, stopped calling me for any trivial matter. Perhaps she learned a thing or two about the recycle bin lost files pattern. The moment I got used to my new office, my mind began to wander. The veggies are happy, work is easy, what else do I want? Should I ponder? Thought, to be honest, I must say I won't mind a little raise. Seems like they can afford it, so I'll ask it for one of these days. All my days off I spent considering how I could express a wage increase reason. As for excuse, there really were none. I just couldn't justify it this season. I went to the boss office really late. Reception run by Secretary Spud, the chief's boss loyal, trusty mate. If I can't get past her, this will be a dud. So Spud, I don't know what means Spud. You are too late, it's almost night, the shift's already departed, but can I help? Talk to me, you'll find I'm not cold-hearted. I'm not too sure where to begin, let's have a little chat. How are you? What are you doing? What have you been working at? That made Miss Spud smile nicely. I wonder why she's here. She sighed and stretched alluringly so that I couldn't help but leer. Our boss has left, waiting down today, with a quandary unsolved. He needs a second in command, and we are all involved. But here's the catch, we get one vote with which to make your choice, but everyone will self-promote, not speak with a common voice. Okay, let's save. I'm gonna save in here because I didn't try the other one, but I'm not gonna try because I only want to show 2 weddings because I want to see the other stories. I'm the one you are looking for, so vote for me. We'll set the score. If I could vote, I'll choose you. I really mean it. I really do. Let's see this. Vote for you after just 1 week in the office. Your arrogance is shocking. Your experience makes you a novice. I suggest you don't come knocking. Seems my dumb speech offends Spud, and she cut short my soon-to-be career. You idiot, what have you done? She made her feelings clear. I left for home in the morning. I was thrown out of on my ear. Spud are late to the boss who say we don't want you here. Back with no job, daughters. So then it's same ending, yep. Because you are fired and you get same ending. So in here it has to be this. If I could vote, I will choose you. I really mean it. I really do. You are very thoughtful. I'm impressed. You have swept away my blues. But there is a flaw in that idea. I'm not the one to choose. You see, I don't think I'm up to it. It's too much of an ask. I won't know where to begin with such a responsible task. To think you'll have such dignity, such grace. I'm almost amazed. The boss will find you a perfect fit once you have been appraised. Not really, I'm a realist. My level is right here. I know my strengths and my weakness. I don't need a higher tier. Come hang with me. Let's have a chat. I hear that you are single. I have some wine and glass here. What say we intermingle? She got a bottle of fine wine from the closet. This started to feel like Groundhog Day. Seems like this is a tradition here and a way to chase the stress away. And once again came deja vu. The wine made us relax. We spread soft charms with my arms. I sat about their slacks. So it's a potato, right? Spud is a potato? I peeled her bar of her covering, she moaned with so much passion, and then I saw to the end. Again, I'm happy with the mashing. A few days passed and I found out that I become VP. Spud had cast the deciding vote, she'd given it to me. I went from office monkey to a big shot with a raise. I changed my ways inside and out and enjoy respect and praise. There's nothing I can't do, and life is easy. I realized that being a veggie is nice. I stopped evolving, there's no real reason. My life is already a paradise. Chief Deputy. We are a carrot, is it? Or no? Chef Deputy, Red Carrot. I got a cushy job and everything is smooth. I'm doing nothing, that's my merit. Now I'm a big shot and there's a plate on my door. Chef Deputy, Red Carrot. Ending 2, veg. Because we became a veggie. Because it seems that we are a human, right? Because we are taking out that. And then now we become a veggie. No, okay. We are a carrot. Okay, it's interesting. It's interesting because it's all rhyme, right? You could see that stories always rhyme each other phrase. And the first ending is you stay as human because you open your own job. And second one is you become a veggie because you hang up in every place. So now we have warming air cold pounds with my breath and the Ace Detective. So let's go for this one. This one seems about love. It seems one because hand, heart, and a photo. So it seems that's all about love. Okay, let's see. Lana woke in silence, quick jump up and got dressed. Wait, why is so quiet? There is not the usual get up on it, it's time to go to school. Yes, you can have a few more minutes to lie down, but don't fall asleep, otherwise you'll be late. Did something happen? Is the clock broken? No, that can't be. It's shock-proof, waterproof, and has harmless personality, meaning it won't get upset at anything. She shows the personality traits herself after all. How many times had she thrown it to the wall or dropped it in the aquarium and the clock only sighed sadly and continued to perform its duties? It demanded that she go have a breakfast and get ready for school, but now it's fallen silent all of a sudden. So, Lana, alarm clock, why are you silent? Are you okay? Alarm clock has a face, okay? Everything's okay, it's not like something could happen to me. I have a very sturdy case after all, along with nerves of steel. Lana exhaled with relief, but immediately became alert again. Why didn't you wake me up? I'm going to oversleep and miss school. Well, go on then. A good long sleep is good for your health. Alarm clock, are you out of your mind? What about class? What about them? Yes, it was the last day. Stop letting your conscience eat away at you. Go eat a sandwich instead. Lana looked at the sandwich on the plate left on the table by her caring mother, and her stomach growled. Then the meaning of what the alarm clock said finally made sense in her still sleepy mind. The last day, oh you bastard, you couldn't tell me right away? I completely forgot about that. That's what you get for throwing me against the wall all these years. I'm a tough guy, but it still hurts, you know. Hurts? What's wrong with alarm clocks? Why do they behave like this? Oh yeah, Lana graduated from college and the course is finished, so the clock settings went back to default ones and they turned out to be grumpy and touchy. Who would have thought? Although Lana really liked this change, it turns out that being surrounded by submissive, patient things makes for a rather boring life. However, a quarrel with your alarm clock every morning isn't very nice either. In general, why does he act like this? He's just an alarm clock. It doesn't even have full-fledged intellect. It is forbidden by the old earthly law of complete intelligence of machines. Don't grumble. Enjoy your vacation soon. I will enter Eiger colonial course, and you fly into the wall again, you little complainer. The clock sighed, and just like before, fell silent. Lana went to take a shower. The heat was unbearable, however, it always like that. The technicians have reduced the load on the air conditioner again. After several generations, all the equipment at the orbital station has worn out. Replacing individual parts didn't help very much. The era of the final colonization of Earth 4 was approaching. Can't they make up some better names? Earth 2, Earth 3, Earth 4. I wonder how many more number planets are being colonized while the station hangs in Earth 4 Air Force orbit as it waits to get terraformed. No one will know until the flickering hyper channel opens, so the colonists live at the station, waiting for the almost century-old process of terraforming to be completed, learning how to survive in a new place and suffering from the heats. Oh, this heat. As long as Lana could remember, the temperature at the station was slowly rising. All her life she dreamed of freezing at least a little, but she couldn't even have a cold shower because it was regulated automatically. Her parents were away. They leave for work very early and return late. The station required constant supervision and continuous maintenance. After all, life in space is a pretty dangerous thing. For some reason, the chance of being part of a new batch of settlers scared Lana more than the possibility of some incident here on the station, but she didn't tell anyone about her fears. Because this was supposed and meaning of life for every colonist, every inhabitant of the station to be born in space under a dome portraying the earthly sky, which none of the people living there has ever seen. But all this, the station, the dome, the disk of the planet, was familiar since birth. The distant ancestral Earth seemed like some fairy tale. For Lana, that world has always been just lines in a textbook. So this is Karen. Are you stuck again? Where's your reset button? Lana woke up from her thoughts and almost dropped her sandwich when a friend who somehow found herself in the room poked her with her finger in the stomach. What a pest! Can't people react calmly? It's not a button. Stop poking me in the navel. Is that so? Where's your button then? I'm going to find it. Oh, how many options there are, and how many of them are under your clothes? What the hell is this? Lana jumped, dropped the sandwich, and ran away with a squeal. Courage just rushed after her, spreading her fingers, ready to press all supposed buttons on her friend's body. In my opinion, there are too many options, although wherever you poke, everything will end up with a squeal. I make less noise when I wake up in the morning. The alarm clock muttered this softly to itself, but no one listened to it or heard it. Stop it, I'm already up and running, don't press everything, haha, leave me alone. But Kara had already knocked her friend on the floor and began to tickle her. The old days before the admission to Eiger course promised to be fun, albeit short-lived. Okay. The bag on Marty's head was dusty. Where did they get one? Cleaning robots cleaned every inch of the premise, and there was soil on the street, the granulometric composure of which allowed only minimal dust formation. He immediately realized that what had happened, it was all coming to this. It was his own fault. Although he took all necessary measures to prevent the abduction, it still happened and now his life was hanging by a thread. However, it was too early to panic if he was to fulfill all the demands of the kidnappers. Then everything could work out. Martin stretched his stiff arm and pulled the bag off his head. He sneezed and opened his eyes. He is in City Park. It was early in the morning. There were no people around yet, but daytime mode had already turned on that station, and a looped animation of clouds floated lazily across the dome overhead. Rummaging through his pocket, he found what he expected to find: real paper, all according to the tradition, a photo showing him, Martin, lying with his eyes closed, hugging a huge bottle of Single, wearing only a bow tie. Everything's just as you would expect, a clue that will give him a wolf ticket away to the lower decks and not the Eiger course of colonists. Those bastards. He has never drunk alcohol in his life, and he didn't commit any moral acts either. All his life he was really readying himself to land on the planet. No one wanted to get out of the station as much as he did, and now he was kidnapped, stunned, and they made staged pictures. Martin knew that this was inevitable, but until the last moment he hoped that he would be able to avoid all this. He avoided the desert place, did not communicate with anyone, and did not trust anyone. But since he was the best at everything, it was destined to happen. He tore the thought in small pieces and fed it to a bouncing, robotic trash bin. It gurgled and belched, an idiot gimmick made for children who understand only primitive jokes, idiotic tradition of kidnapping. Stupid station, Marty growled helplessly, but pulled himself together and tried to calm down. He has studied the matter, he knows what needs to be done. He will cope. Now he needs to go home to check on his father. It would have been also awesome to get on a glider now so he could get there in a minute. But too late, the flying transport will no longer value at the station. They were extremely dangerous here, you can only use them on the surface of the planet. Marty reassessed the situation and moved towards his home. Yes, he tore up the fort, but it was only a copy. Where did the rival college baseball team manage to get an ancient camera? Now he needs to find the film, but that can't be done without committing illegal actions, and Marty couldn't afford that. He needs to comply with all their demands, stupid traditions. He had read all books and knew that on Earth graduates stole the mascot of the opposing team and not the best player, like now. What kind of certain cretin messed with everything up? And the best in technical college was him, Martin. In order to have guaranteed admission to higher course, he must be the best in everything. In sports, academic disciplines and even arts. And Martin was the one, damn it. Atomy made sure that his father did not notice his absence, as usual was sleeping it off. Martin took a shower and breakfast and sat down with his textbooks. His vision was still blurry, but he didn't want to waste time. After all, he still didn't know how long he should wait for a message with demands from the kidnappers. It's better to do something useful, for example to prepare for admission to course. Time passed and Martin noticed that he fell asleep, dropping his head on his tablet. Now with these two, maybe we can go to a cafe or at least take a walk in the park. We spend our time inside after all. I'm tired of it. Carrie, you know that I rarely even see my parents and I'm fine with that. I don't really like places with living people. Well, then let's go to the morgue. Almost all people there are dead. Lana shuddered. Well, some jokes our friends ask, and that's given her light and cheerful personality. A strange combination, of course, but Lana had already gotten used to it during their strange friendship. But it's so sad there. One might think that you are intimidated by people. You are always alone, and you don't need anything except the terminal under your nose. That's a lie. I have you. By the way, why are you making an exception for me? After all, I'm also quite a living person, and not your favorite spare part in the garage. Come on, it's not like I'm being obsessive. It was you who hacked my account and then made me meet you in real life. Have you forgotten already? Doesn't hurt say that it all happened because it was me who played songs about loneliness and how good it was to have friends for a couple of days. You could fake me at least. Karen, who didn't hear the quiet grunt of the alarm clock, was embarrassed by Lana's words, but it didn't last too long. After a moment, she shook her hair out of her face, ferretly and narrowed her eyes slowly. That doesn't count. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind now. I don't even know what I will do without you. I still think that hacking an account is not the best way to find a friend, even if it worked once. Don't change the subject. Why don't you want to hang out with other people? Lana was silent for a while, gathering her thoughts. But really, why? Because she doesn't feel excited around them? Because they are not like her? Right, that's closer to the truth. Because they are the same. They are taught from childhood that the goal of their life is to get to the planet and work there for the sake of future generations, in unrealistic, difficult conditions. And they are happily looking forward to it. So you don't want that? But that's wrong. Those are thoughts of a weakling and deviant. Lana regretted that she confessed her incorrect thoughts at first, but she felt uncertain in her friend's voice. Do you also dream of joining the Settles part and leaving the station? Answer honestly, we are friends, aren't we? Karen started blush and even looked away. The question was pretty indecent. Something like, do you pick your nose and look at the boogers too? No, I want to stay at the station. Everything here is so familiar. Close, I know every corner of the network. I can't get any information access any mechanism. It violates the rules, but it makes things more interesting than that way. So you understand me. Well, that's why we became friends. Birds of feather flock together. There is not such idiom. Now there is. Lana Khan exchange glance and laugh at the same time. No matter how much they shun at people, having a person who understands and accepts you is still very important. The alarm clock sat sadly on the shelf. If it really were intelligent, it would be very lonely right now. Marty was awakened by ringing. The screen was black. The caller had not turned on the light in his room or tapped the camera with Sophie, which meant it was them, the kidnappers. Martin yawned and stretched his shoulders. Speak up. I'm ready to consider your demands, but let's be reasonable about going. I'm not going to break the law. If I do, your blackmail will lose its meanings, because then I won't get a place in courts. In the dark, someone fidgeted and whispered. It was clear that all the participants in the abduction were involved in the conversation, and it seemed these were not the smartest representatives of the college if they didn't think about such obvious things in advance. Yes, you are right. Then we will choose a traditional scheme. Have you invited anyone to prom yet? Marty stifled a sigh of relief. He was lucky. You will only be forced to go to the prom with some girl with a non-standard appearance, so that the couple will look comical. Marty shook his head. I'm not going to any prom. I don't have time for all this nonsense. I need to prepare for admission to the course. Just don't overplay it. Let them think that he's satisfied with their choice of punishment. Let them think that they made the right choice, and he really does not like what he's being forced to do it. Then he's saved. It won't be difficult for him to go after any girl. He's smart, handsome, and athletic. It isn't like that some unpopular girl will actively refuse an invitation to go to the prom with him. The dark shadows stirred again, giggled, and began to whisper. So they didn't even choose a candidate for their plan, or did they? You have been thinking. You can easily cope with seduction of an ugly girl. She'll be happy if she's invited by the most successful guy in the college. That means said? Martin heart skipped a beat. It seemed he underestimated these guys. They have considered as something non-standard. But in any case, he needs to keep a good poker face. Although no, on the contrary, he only made a scared face. Invite Lana, the technician from your class. You should know her. She always walks around with goggles on her necklace. And she doesn't talk with people much. And by the way, she avoids any social events. And of course, she must not find out our arrangement. That's how it should be. I think you know even more about graduation traditions than we do. Alright, over and out. The screen went black and Martin felt that fright on his face was not so fake. They really figured out to get him. An unsocial sociopath is not the easiest of targets. What should he do? Martin grit his teeth and plopped on the bed. Instead of preparing for admission, he will have to figure out how to approach some savage girl now. But there may not be an approach at all. He's in trouble now. Okay, stop. When did he become so pessimistic? He never gives up. Marty turned on the terminal again and started searching for information about his future partner to the prom. It's not the end of the world at all. It's just dancing. His nerves quickly calmed down. He got the problem he needs to solve, that's all. And he will do it, because he always wins in everything. He's the best. Karen pulled Lana out of the torture chamber that her home, and they walked down the street and talked quiet. Lana kept squinting at the huge disk of the planet, which occupied almost the entire sky, and tried to understand something. Though she liked the planet or not, from here, from the station, it seemed magnificent. It seemed to have some kind of reliability, as if it sheltered people from above, from out days of space or even universe. Let me only say, because we pass already a lot, let me only drink, my throat is getting dry. But for some reason, Lana didn't want to go down to it together with the next settlers. It would be better if all the people moved into its surface, and only they remained at the station. Lana and Karen, oh, what a life that will be. However, Lana was well aware that the two of them would definitely not be able to cope with even 1% of all the equipment that provide conditions for life on the surface of the station. After all, this station is such a complex device, and indeed for its all inhabitants. It was a whole world. On almost the entire surface there is a layer of soil on which gardens grow and houses stand. The station was created in the form of a piece of the ancestral homeland. And people live on it as if they're native Earth, just Earth, without any numbers there. You are frozen again. Just wait, I'm really going to find that reset button. If people look at us after hearing your shrieks, it's not my fault. What? Again? Stop it! Lana jumped away from her friend and put out her palms, protecting herself from tickling. It's okay at home, but not on the street. There are people here. Karen giggled and lowered her hands. Relax, I was joking. But don't switch off anymore or you'll crash into a tree. I was just thinking that someday the terraforming will be complete and all people will move to the planet. The station will be completely deserted and it will be nice to stay on it together. What are you staying at? Quite an obvious thought I think about sometimes too. But we'll still miss people and we'll never meet any guys. We won't start a family. Lana almost tripped. Whoa, she always thought that Kara didn't need anyone else. She hadn't even thought about starting their own families. Her friend had probably matured after all, and Lana hadn't. Do you like any guys? Maybe someone from our class? I will never believe that you never look at anyone. It's not normal. Look who's talking about normal. Look how quick you look away. You like someone. Tell me who is it? Nobody. I don't like anyone, okay? You are lying. I can see it. Fine, if you don't want to, don't tell me. I'll guess. You like that technician guy who is into all glitters, right? Thought his looks so... He's always dirty, covered in engine oil. Okay, I see that I didn't guess right. Man, then maybe that clown who dance well? No, there's no way. It's not your type. What about that nerd? What's his name again? Right, Martin. Lana Ethel shook her head, and Carl laughed and pushed her shoulder. So it's him. You only react to his name. I would even say overreact a bit. You chose the wrong one, honey. All of the school here is crushing over him, but he doesn't notice anyone. I haven't fallen in love with anyone. Stop it. Fine, don't get angry. I was just joking. You know perfectly well how stupid my jokes are. Okay, you haven't. We don't need anyone else. Karen hugged her friend and they headed towards the house. Lana couldn't stop thinking about it. Did she really like Martin? No, that can't be. She had never even thought about it. And if she had thought, but she never found an answer. The task turned out to not the easiest one. She was pretty, Marty remembered her. About vaguely, you can't win such a girl heart at spur of the moment. Yes, and her being a sociopath, her own knows to communicate with people. To begin with, he decided to look at her friends list in her account, but it turned out to be empty. It can't be, he thought. But then he realized that he himself was a vivid example of the same issue. He focused on his studies, there was no time for friends. All his acquaintances are field customers of their family cafe. Only a few thousand people live at the station, and it was only a couple of kilometers in diameter, so people didn't have much choice on where to have lunch. His father hardly ever visited the place, so all the work fell on the shoulders of his son, and he sometimes exchanged few words with regular customers. The museum director, a planetary transport designer, a famous breeder. But Nora became his friend, just interested people to whom he served a dish and embarrassed took tips from. He will be saving for a nice neat suite to impress the admissions committee with. You can hide your friends in your friend list, and so Mark decided to check that section too. He was all well versed in security system, which meant he could bypass them, but turned out the defense had been strengthened. This is getting interesting. Someone actually went out and added additional non-standard models. This task has ceased to feel routine. Marty got carried away, fought for a long time with their cunning traps, and won. The list really turned out to have hidden friends. Marty had only one friend, Karen. Their profile specialty was related to information technology, so that's to strengthen Lana's defense. Marty struggled a little bit more with temptation to read their chat logs, but realized that his conscience would definitely not agree with this, and there was no need for it. He had enough information. From the initial course of social psychology, Marty remembered that the most likely way to interest a girl is with the help of her friend. So we need to interest Karen, and the easiest way to do that is by hacking. He already done that, and Paul left some trace. Well, now we can try to benefit from this blunder. pretend that he had left the trace on purpose to leave her some message. By the way, the message can also be encrypted. Let her get carried away just like him, rack her brain. Perhaps then it will be easy to find a common language with her on the base of information technology and their means of protection. Marty plunged into his work, forgetting that he was already in the middle of the night. After all, he no longer has to get upper class, and his fire cafe only opens at lunchtime. Marty brought a full pot of coffee and his favorite mug from the kitchen and returned to solving the problem of having his first relationship with a girl. Lana was suffering from the heat. It's strange that other people get used to it so quickly. Maybe there's something wrong with her? Why is she forced to suffer under the jets of air from the split system? This time she couldn't think about anything, so she heard when someone broke into her room. Naturally, it was Karen. There was no one else who would. Lana, honey, you won't believe it. This is some kind of wild coincidence. Guess who hacked your account? You, and I'm still suffering from the consequence of this brazen hacking. You're wrong. I mean, yes, I was the first, but today your private data was violated by someone else. Try guessing. I won't even think about it. Anyway, leave me alone. I'm busy suffering. What a great activity. If only they would pay you for it, we could be rich. You lazy bones. You'll miss your happiness this way. It was Martin. You are kidding, right? Who is he, by the way? Damn, why does no one ever pay attention to me? Do they think it's a radio station muttering something? Orikar missed the clock quite remark. Perhaps she did indeed treat it like talk radio. What, Martin? Wait, what? I have been hacked? They dug into my personal data? That's the thing, no. He bypassed the protection, both standard and my personal, in Castle 1, but he didn't look at any data, only left some trace. And when I followed the trail, whoa, he's really something. I didn't sleep half the night while I went through all his tricks. He's a real pro. I think I'm in love. But there was a message waiting for me at the end. Do you know what it was? Yes. I know, of course. I'm just pretending to be asleep and not understanding anything. He asked what kind of flowers you like, and what kind of flowers do you like? Not me, silly, you. He asked about you. What kind of flowers do you like? Lana shook her head, but it didn't really help. The situation has not become clear. What flowers? Who asked whom? What for? Meanwhile, Karen calmed down a little and repeat everything again, in detail and clear this time. Maybe you could say everything again, just in case someone didn't hear right. Lana was shocked. Only one question remained. Why would he do that? You are such a goofball. There was genuine admiration in Kara's voice for her friend's boundless stupidity. Then they heard a giggle in the room. Lana turned to the alarm clock and shushed at it. It wisely turned silent. Lana, he likes you too. They kept silent for a minute. Then Lana gathered her thoughts and looked sternly at Karen. And you told him which flowers I liked, did you? How will I know? Do you like flowers at all? No, I don't like them. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The main thing is that you like each other. Why didn't he tell me himself then? Would you have told him? That's it. You're two of a kind, two complete sociopaths. Okay, get ready. We are going to celebrate. Celebrate what, Karen? The start of your private life. Lana Fire blushed embarrassedly. Marty was very grateful to Karen for the fact that she did not bombard him with even more defense mechanisms and complex tasks as he replied, but simply answered the question. Otherwise, you'll have to lose another day solving them, or miss work, which was unacceptable. His father was asleep as always. Well, it's not like he was a good owner or work either. He lost interest in cafe long ago, since the time when Marty didn't want to think about it. However, Karen's answer did not simplify the task. Lana didn't like flowers. All that her friend shared were the facts that Lana could not stand the heat and also kept Buzz busy in her workshop, assembling a glider. You've been wondering why flights under the dome have been banned for many years. However, it doesn't matter anymore. The main thing is that she has a hobby. He can make it work, but he can't do it without outside help. Who can help him? A breeder? That's unlikely. The construct? Getting warmer, but still won't do. Marty finished his last sips of coffee and went to work. The director of the museum often dines in the cafe. He has access to junky exhibits that were illustrated to the museum visitors were now lying in the museum basement. Maybe we can pursue Mr. Drake to sell him something? You should say goodbye to all these savings then. Goodbye expensive suite and making a good first impression in front of the admission committee. He put a little thinking into it and realized that he wasn't so upset about parting with money he'd been saving for so long, and he even realized why. Lana kind of stood in the middle of the room and stared at the parcel that had just been delivered by a courier without a return address. For some reason, they were afraid to open it, as if there could be some kind of bomb inside. I hope it's not a new alarm clock. Karen was the first to lose her temper and tore off the wrapper to see what was inside. She took out a bundle that clunked metallically, blinked in surprise and giggled. She laughed out loud. It's a bouquet of some kind. It's a bouquet of wrench. Why not a bouquet of plungers? They look even more like flowers. Don Cock giggled on the shelf. Maybe it wasn't completely intelligent, but he seemed to know what a plunger was. Perhaps the aquarium wasn't the only thing he was drowning in. Karen couldn't stop laughing, and so Lana took the bouquet from her, took out the tool, examined it, and froze it with bungled eyes. When Karen noticed that something was wrong with her friend, she stopped laughing. This is the most romantic and expensive gift I could imagine. No, I could never imagine such a thing. You mean it? Are you serious? Are all wrenches romantic and expensive to you? Are you completely out of your mind? Look at the brand. These are the glider repair tools that once belonged to Olaf, the pioneer himself. The first one to land on the planet and build the fountain of the first terraforming installation alone when all the rest of the staff died on landing. I remember the story, every child knows about it. Wait, so you are saying that these are his tools, Olaf's tools? I think so, they are different ancient, and the brand is half erased. What reason is there to forge a fake set anyway? Karen blinked her pretty eyes, but could not find an answer. When Lana finally tore her eyes away from the precious bouquet of instruments, she noticed that Karen's eyes were wet. Hey girl, are you going to cry now? What's wrong with you? Why? I'm so happy for you, Lana. You haven't even met the guy in person yet, and he's already done so for you so much. Lana turned away and began to look for a place to put the wrench for now, although in fact she was embarrassed to show her friend that their eyes were also about to get teary. They were tears of happiness. As it turned out, a girl with an ancient glider in the garage needs very little to be happy. On the shelf by the bed, a alarm clock was sobbing softly too. Martin, Lana, I know, me too. Let me only say, because we had a lot of talk. They both exchanged glances and laughed. The embarrassment began to dissipate little by little. It was because of this awkwardness they said the first thing that came to their minds. How is your glider doing? It's fine, thanks. It's healthy, runs fine, but doesn't fly yet. That's too bad. All my life I dreamed of flying under the dome. Only under the dome? Not in space? I hope to fly in space too in the future, or at least during the landing. Do you dream of leaving station? Yes, of course. Everyone dreams of it. This is what we live for. Don't you dream of it too? Lana said nothing. She didn't really want to start their first date with arguing about something. She wasn't really sure herself, and so they sat in silence. After a while, Martin's father spoke. Why don't you want to leave the station? Is it because this is our home, or are you afraid of the difficulties that await us on the planet? I see you are very smart, but not very considerate. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't know what to talk about. This is my first date ever. Mine too. Martin stared at Lana in surprise. Why was he so surprised? How is that possible? You are so pretty after all. You must have so many men after you. Look who's talking. Aren't you a college star yourself? They were both embarrassed. The first compliments came out clumsy and inappropriate, but the young people were still pleased. You know, since this is our first date, we can say and do whatever we want. Neither of us know what to do, so we won't judge each other. Precisely, and let's pretend that is how dates usually are. It's our date, so we are the ones who get to set the rules. It's so nice to talk with an intelligent person. Let's start with something simple, like in the old books, ice cream. Oh, I love ice cream. I'm so sick of this internal heat. Sometimes I want to freeze a little, just to experience that at least once. Martin still couldn't pretend that everything was as it should be. He was surprised. Somehow I didn't think that someone might not be fond of what they used to from their birth. Well, it's a little different than that. After all, the temperature has been constantly increasing lately. Yes, you're right, but the climate on the planet differs from place to place. You can choose any climate zone, and if you get bored, you can move to another place. Imagine rain, snow, sea, forests. Lana come to a halt. Why hadn't she thought about it before? He's right, the planet is just not just dangerous and unfamiliar surroundings. You can get used to anything, but what freedom? And yet I'm still scared. These are probably some kind of complex from childhood. But I don't want to get to a psychologist. Even if it's a session change me for the better, I don't want violent change. You don't want to become like everyone else? How did he guess? Lana hastily turned away so that he wouldn't see her fright. She felt as if he could read her like an accurate account, easily passing out the defense. I'm afraid of that too. Now she calmed down after all. They are not so different. Although she is not as smart or strong-willed, not so brave, not so... What's the difference between them exactly? It seems to me that something's still wrong with this date. It's a pity that I haven't watched its romantic moves and I don't know how to do it properly. In my opinion, the topic we are talking about right now seems out of place. Yes, I got a feeling too. By the way, you arrive... Wait a second, I'll get us some ice cream. Martin ran into a cafe and almost immediately came out with 2 sticks of fruit ice. Did he steal them? He definitely won't have the time to pay. This is my dad's cafe. I didn't have to pay. There he is again, reading her minds. I'm not reading your mind at all. Then why you do always answer to my thoughts? Are you a psy-mutant of some kind? No, I just got that feeling that we know each other from a very long time. I can feel you, it's different really. Strangely, these words calmed Lana, and when she looked at a bite of ice cream and the cold pressed her palate, all sorts of nonsense flew into her head. The date had become much more pleasant. It's not necessary to strive to leave the station. There will be some people left here for some time. I mean, not everyone will leave this place. It's pretty normal to live where you like to. But I don't like everything here. For example, this heat and the need to meet other people. Life is imperfect. It's never ideal. Well, why not? In my opinion, it is sometimes. For example, you. The confession blurted out by itself. Lana did not have time to think about her words, but then she noticed that Martin turned red too. For some reason, he seemed sad at the same time. What's the matter? I'm definitely not perfect. I wish I could tell you. Why don't you tell me then? I simply can't. Not yet. My love is at stake. My dream. Then don't. Mark looked at her again with wide eyes. You really are something. Lana was already tired of being embarrassed, but this seemed like too much. She smiled. I know. Marty laughed. When they were done walking, Marty invited her to the prom. They had only met for one day, and this made what was happening seem even more magical to Lana. How quickly they became close. When they were saying goodbye, Lana felt something she had never felt before. She was drawn to the young man. She wanted to touch him, to kiss him, and a woman's instinct told her that he wanted the same thing. But he hesitated for a moment and just touched her hand, turned around impulsively and quickly walked away. Lana felt a pang of disappointment, but didn't spoil the mood. After all, it was only their first date. Karen was waiting for Lana in her room. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hurried to share her happiness with her friends. He invited me to the prom. But when she saw her friend's face, Lana felt uneasy. She even felt a little scared. Did something happen to her parents, or with Karen's parents? Has there been an accident? Don't freak out, okay? Now I'm really worried. Me too, but who cares? Tell me already, what happened? Don't scare me like that. I found out something about Martin. You won't like it. Lana felt her heart pounding. She felt her head starting to spin. He didn't invite you to prom because he wanted to. He did to it so... Okay, let me tell you everything. Actually, I'm a romantic girl, even though I'm used to spending more time with Terminal, but something alerted me to Martin's behavior. He began to pursue you a little too suddenly. And I saw actually his only account. Apparently, he got a call from one of the terminals at Biological College, from a dark room so that no face could be seen. Spill it already. He was a little kidnapped. He's best of the year after all, you know. There is a tradition. Yes, I think I understand now. He was being blackmailed. I was the ugly girl he was supposed to invite to the prom so that everyone would laugh at him. Come on, you are nothing like that, Lana. You are a little beauty. Her hand is pretty heavy. This time Kara heard what the clock said and perked up. Who is that? The alarm clock. Hey you, furniture, you better shut up. I'm not furniture, I have nothing to do with activities. Then the alarm clock went off. You are not just very good with people. I see, I'm difficult prey, but he did it so easily. Later in one day, Martinville is the best at everything. I did some work on biology, faculty, server, and checked who entered the room from where Martin was called. Then I hacked their accounts and checked their chat logs. Apparently those imbeciles kept the film and footage in one of their lockers. Here. Karen handed her friend a package. Inside was a rare photograph film and real paper photographs. Why would I need those? Why do you think? So you can take revenge on him. You can blackmail him yourself now. Or smash him into a wall, or push him into an aquarium. The Coco said it in a whisper and no one paid attention to it. After all, it was a rather delicate clock to interfere with a conversation at such a tragic moment. Blackmail? Who do you take me for, girl? To be honest, Lana had an idea, but only for a mere moment, it caused outrage. Kara got embarrassed and looked away. She felt really uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm just thinking about myself and what I will do, but you think about it, okay? She just waved her hand. Kara went home, and Lana felt that her strength had left her, and her happiness along with it. They had been in a relationship for just a single day, but she felt grief and sadness as if they would live their whole lives together. Lana started crying, and she cried almost until the morning. Oh, that's kinda sad. It's like, okay, we already knew that he was being blackmailed, but it's kinda sad seeing her crying like that. Martin didn't understand what had happened. Lana met him with extreme coldness. She refused to go for a walk. Instead, she asked him to help her study the arts, which she knew a little about. He gladly agreed, of course, and enthusiastically read her poems of earthly poets. She did not react in any way, only briefly answered questions on the top covered, and he didn't dare to ask Lana what was the matter. A few days passed this way. Visit to see Lana began to feel like a burden for him. Martin was too at a loss. He even thought that she might have learned about the blackmail, but it wasn't confirmed in any way. He couldn't ask her directly. He was too scared. One evening, she asked him to visit her place earlier than usual. I can't do it. I have things to do. Lana didn't know what business might be. After all, class was over anyway. What was it, something personal? Or maybe he's meeting with his kidnappers? She decided to follow him. But first, she asked Karen to get an antique camera with film it. Seemed right to plant a film with photos of Martin's meeting with his enemies in the place where the previous one was dropped off. But Martin wasn't meeting anyone. He worked. He served food and drinks to the cafe's visitors, smiled and exchanged a few words with them, and they smiled back at him. Hating him had become quite a difficult task. She took out her camera and took some pictures, although she did not understand why she was doing it. It was as if something compelled her, probably the smiles of visitors and Martin's peaceful face. And then, in the evening, he closed the cafe and went to the nearest bar. He came out very quickly, carrying a man on his back. The man kept singing songs and praising Martin in a drunken voice. What a good son I have, a dad as best myself doesn't deserve it. Ha, if only your mom could see you now. Also, she asked Karen to develop fear for it to the kidnapper's locker. But she was still angry with Martin. He had seen her a bit under duress. He made her believe that he liked her, and it hurt badly. I don't know what happened to you, but I want to cheer you up. Let's take a walk to one of my favorite places today. I'm sure you'll like it. Studying can't wait. Just don't be late. I want that lady home for dinner. Man shuddered and looked around, but Lana's parents were nowhere to be found. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't think of a reason without casting any suspicion on her, and she agreed. You'll better take some warm clothes. It's pretty cool there. Now it will intrigue her completely. It was stupid to refuse such an adventure, no matter what the reasons were. Warm clothes? No way, I don't think anyone still has them anyway. Somehow it cheered her up, although it clear why, an adventure, and some coolness. She didn't ask for details, let it be a surprise. It's more interesting this way. They rode transport for a while and got off the elevated towers. Lana thought that they would go down to the technical lower decks, but the elevator took them somewhere up. For a while they made their way through the dark, abandoned corridors. This continued until they approached an open door, behind which faint glimmers of light. Martin's head pushed her, and it turned out to be an observation deck. Goddamn. Bright stars shone through a huge window panel. Whoa, look at that. The imitation of the Earth's sky had been disabled here, or rather, it wasn't part of the station dome, but just a window in the ceiling. The huge, beautiful disc of Earth 4 sight took Lana's breath away. It's so beautiful here. Mart was out. He was also looking at the stars and the planet. Lana felt a shiver. Oh, it's really cold here, so that's why they were silent for a long time, admiring such a close, beautiful space. It seemed as if they had left the station and were spinning in the cold, starry voids. I think I'm ready to forgive you now. Forgive me? For what? I know you were a blackmailer and you had to pretend to like me. Pretend? So you think I was faking it? The young man gritted his teeth and in semi-darkness and angrily hit the wall with his fist. Something creaked inside. There was a noise and a thud. Oh, the door closed. It's malfunctioning. He bent down, grabbed the edge, exhaled, and his soles slid across the floor. Damn it, I can't lift it. We are locked in. I'm such an idiot. A chill ran down Lana's spine, not from the cold air, but chill of horror. They are locked in. They may die, and not on the planet, but here at the stationary calls of old, worn-out equipment. At that moment, Lana clearly realized that the whole station would soon turn into non-working, life-threatening junk. Her world was slowly dying, the station had outlived its purpose and was ceasing to exist. The cold filled her skin more and more. As it turned out, it might be pretty unpleasant. Even worse that cursed it. Lana sobbed. I'm scared and cold. It's funny my dream is fulfilled, but I don't like it now. I want to go back to the warm. Marty came close to her and put his arms around her shoulders, holding his body close to her. It became noticeably warmer. I'm here with you, don't be afraid. We'll figure something out. I'm the best of the best, remember? And you are an understanding technician. He stood like that for a while, warming up, then separated and began to examine the walls and the door. No, the control panel is not powered from here. If anything can be done, it can only be done from outside. Who the hell builds like that? A slight wind Marty approached her. He had tried to lift the edge of the door with his hands again. Then they embraced each other again and went silent for a long time. So did you like me or did you invite me under duress? Under duress. Lana tried to pull away, but the young man pressed her even tighter to him. But as soon as I saw your photo, I realized that I really like you. And the more I got to know you, the more I fell in love. The word I was saying, Lana felt hot, but this heat was pleasant, unlike the eternal suffocating heat of the station. I fell in love with you too. Oh, my palms are completely frozen. Look at that work, very good. Marty pulled her palms to him and began to breathe on them, warming them. It was so nice. Lana watched him trying to give her his warmth, and he seemed so beautiful in the twilight, in the glow of billions of stars. Now they kiss on the stars. And before they knew, they reached out to each other and touched each other's lips. Lana completely forgot about the cold, and about the heat, and about this stupid dying station. It was her first kiss, their first kiss. Why does everyone say, go down to the planet, as if to hell? She is above us, above. Now if they say, ashamed, as if for heaven, then it will sound much more tempting. By the way, why are you so eager to go there, more than anyone else on the station? My mom's there. She went down to Earth 4, leaving my dad and me. I want to tell her that. I don't even know what I want to tell her. That he made the wrong choice, or she made the right one, because our lives now depend on her. And the lives of all the settlers who will also come down to the planet sooner or later. She's preparing a new home for us, make it cozy, saving all the people in this system. My father couldn't take it, and he began drinking. Yes, I saw you carrying him home. Really? You know, I told him about you then, about what happened to me, and that I fell in love with you. Lana leaned even close to Martin. If these were their last hours, then she glad they are together. She felt calmer, the fear receded a little. That Molly safe. In response, he told me that he met my mom the same way. He was the best in his class too, and he got abducted. He didn't want to disappoint her, so he never told her about it. Eventually, he fell in love with her. He fell in love with so much that he couldn't bear their parting. If it wasn't for me, he could have killed himself. It sounds strange to refuse to live because you part with the person whom you fell in love with against your will, but now I can understand him. They were silent for a long time again. Lana almost stopped feeling her fingers and Mark tried to warm them with this breathing again. Damn the failed automation of this damn station. Why now? Something cracked behind the wall. There was a cracking noise, and then all of a sudden the door rumbled upward. Now there was a silhouette standing behind her. Finally, I found you. I had to check the tracker's log when your beacons disappeared from the network coverage area. Lana's alarm clock was worried that she'd disappear somewhere, so I also felt uneasy. What are you even doing here? Why did you lock yourself up? Are you doing some naughty stuff? Lara and Mark rushed to Kara together, hugged her and started kissing her at a random place. They were so happy that they had escaped death. She began to struggle. Hey, stop you perverts! Don't drag me into your dirty orgies. I'm a modest girl. Lana was the first to start giggling, then Marty joined her, and after some time all three were laughing loudly, standing in an embrace in the dark, abandoned corridor of the station. You know, I'm not afraid to leave our home anymore. After all, a new one is waiting for us. It is much bigger and I think more interesting. Kara and Marty chased a glance and simultaneously kissed her on both cheeks. A mass cigarette beeped on the terminal. Martin opened it and read it quickly. You have been looking at your photos. Please don't get angry at us. We didn't mean anything bad. Don't hold it against us. You're kidnappers. Kidnappers don't. He thought about the answer for a second before typing a couple of lines. Thank you for what you did. Now I'm going to go to surface with my girlfriend. We'll fly a glide all over Earth for a long time, all our lives. Then he smiled and pressed the send button. That's how it was, pals. That's how I saved 2 lives and 1 big love. So don't be afraid of finishing our program. That doesn't mean it's all. Perhaps on the contrary, that's where your real life begins. And don't be offended when they call you mean names. Like they understand everything, people. The end. So it was the one clock that was telling this story. Well, okay, that's funny because you think that okay, it's like a visual novel, right? That's something style, but it was the alarm clock telling to the other alarm clocks that he saved 2 lives and 1 love. Okay, that was cool. And now we have Ace Detectives. Okay, I like that story. It's a love story, of course, but I like the alarm clock because he was telling the story to like it was like for his son, like nephews or sons. I like that. Okay, so Ace Detectives. So Nick. This can't be happening. There's no such thing. I don't believe it. I don't. The girl eyes wide with fear. Glitter in the dark. Is she crying? It's complete out of character. She's a strong girl, pretty resilient and taut. Even now, scared to death, she's trying to protect her friend instead of trying to hide. And the terrified Eve curls up and clutches Nick's arm, burying her face in it. She whimpering so softly, so pitiful, that it makes me want to join her and lament too. Then Nick hugs her and gently passes her back, calming her down. Well, look at this. I didn't expect that troublesome thorn to have kind side. Sometimes it's nice to be wrong about people than to find out that you were right. Eric, also called leader, okay, Eric, white as shout, presses back into the corner of dark club room and keeps shattering his teeth. It seems he's having the worst time of anybody. It's time to calm everyone down, but then we hear a muffled noise from the corridor. We stare at the door in horror as approaching footsteps and an instant growl or howl cross the threshold. Holy crap, it's coming this way. It's coming straight for us. Mommy, mommy, mommy! This. Eric stops shattering his teeth and just goes limp, sinking straight to the floor, his eye rolled back. Perhaps he's lucky like those of us who are still conscious. In the silence, the door creaks loudly. I never be a member of any club. No one ever invites me into one. Probably because they didn't notice me. Sometimes being so nondescript is a curse, almost like you are invisible. And sometimes being invisible is a gift. They don't notice you. They strike up frank conversation right in front of you, expose terrible secrets, and you become an involuntary witness to the curious things that are happening in the lives of others. The main issue is that those events happen in their lives, but not yours. But as they say, half a loaf is better than no breeds. I'm used to being thankful for small mercies. Nothing particularly interesting happened in the first few days when I got to my new school. The teacher introduced me, but I thought I was absent. Apparently didn't notice me sitting at far desk, which is casual where I end up. When people want to see a new person, they expect something unusual, unfamiliar, new. Their gaze can't be fixed on such an ordinary face with familiar standard features. To be honest, that isn't enough to become truly invisible. I had to learn some techniques. For example, I do not look direct at a person, only sideways with peripheral vision. Or you have to restrict your movements. If movement is necessary, you should move slowly and smoothly with no sudden motions. You should also guess other things' movements. The swagging of the curtains, the movement of classmates. Adapt to them, basically don't stand out. At least now they don't notice me at all, so I'm never being picked on. I picked up a lot of nicknames: Chameleon, Mimic, Mouse, and the most offensive one, Mr. Nobody. In order to not be called Nobody, I became a Nobody. Sometimes I think it's a bad move, a pretty silly thing to do, but I already used to it. Now I'm watching other people's lives like movies. People can see me in the dark of the hall, but I have them in the palm of my hands. That's how I witnessed the birth of the Ace Detective Club. Looking back, I must say that the only thing they were ace in was their shocking carelessness. But that didn't stop Eric, the founder of the club. He had a dream, and for the sake of a dream, you can learn to deal with some people's shenanigans. Have you noticed the dark circles under the chemistry teacher's eyes? What do you think the reason is? So this before what was happening, that they were afraid. This before that, to understand how the club started. Because he's a panda, I stand invisible just within earshot and enjoy another casual conversation between my classmates. Nick, without having any facts, based their assumptions covered on conjecture, and Eve, as I don't know which part she's from, but it's pure pleasure to listen her. His hands have been shaking lately. We can assume that he's a drinker and overheater. I almost give myself away. It takes a huge effort not to laugh out loud, but I manage somehow. Then I look out the window, studying the metamorphosis of the nearest cumulus clouds. But he also started wearing glasses and a dark robe, so I think that he cosplay Harry Potter. No, he's dying. And he's wearing a dark robe so that there are no visible blood stains when his nose bleeds. Eve looks at her friend with such admiration, as if she were Dr. Watson looking at Sherlock Holmes shortly after they met, and the eccentric dad was entertaining a new acquaintance with a demonstration of his talents. As for me, I simply saw our chemistry teacher playing some online game on his phone. Moreover, he's playing it all the time now, even while at work. Back home, he spends most of his time in front of his PC. That is why he has dark circles under the eyes and poor eyesight, and his lab coat turned black from dirt. He doesn't have time to actually wash it. So we are that guy that was talking why nobody knows him, right? And he knows everything, but these people think that the professor is dying, but he only plays video games. Damn. But Nick's version was full of sinister secrets and tragedy. Let them feel sorry for the poor teacher. Maybe they will improve their chemistry knowledge out of pity too. Another classmate of ours materialized near the girls. It seems as if he was standing in wait, ambushed his poor prey, and now he's going to maul them. I wonder how thought. So it's Eric. Hello girls, would you like to talk about our god Odin? The poor guy chokes on his prepared speech. No wonder, Evie knows how to stun people, especially an unprepared person. I know she's new here too, and Nick immediately took patronage over her. So she's new too at school, like us, and the others are already on school a long time. Okay. Eric's not a religious guy. He doesn't read the Bible, but a magnifying glass sticks out of his pocket. I think he has a passion for a good detective story. This time his enthusiastic gaze is joined by Eric admiring one. Fair enough, sometimes Nick eats a bullseye and does it very gracefully. Exactly, that's what I want to talk about. Look how excited he is. Like that time when he didn't do his homework and asked about it. He began to stunt at that time too. The girls in class did make fun of him because they all think he's smart and cute. Frankly, the guy is lucky. I invite you to join the Ace Detective Club. We are in high school, man. We'll ever be interested in clubs now. Although it gets me thinking and I realize that I won't mind joining such club. Too bad no one will invite me to join. ADC? Seriously? It's kind of exciting. Based on Nick's facial expression, I realized that Eric will be given the run around. I found out that the aircraft modelers accidentally inhaled some glue and so they were dismissed and sent to a narcologist. The best club room now is free, the one at the end of the corridor. It will be occupied shortly unless we are in. What? What? Even Eve and I are surprised, which is also surprising. Not many things can surprise both of us. People do surprise me though, like for example, how they can be both bad and good at the same time. Eve was surprised by rice balls yesterday. She found it strange that they do not crunch even though they look like lumps of snow. The room is great. Eve's joining too. You can count on us. Eric and Eve smile in sync. Apparently the former was already prepared for a long-winded coercion and the latter is just happy. However, Eve is shy all the time. I even envy her a little. Great. Here, sign the application. I still need to find 2 more and I think I have someone in mind. The happy guy skips off to class. I, out of habit, wait for a ride. Notice I join a part of this level passing by students. Judging by the absent eyes, they are the same aircraft models from before. If you copy all their movements and keep silent, you can become an invisible part of the party walking in the right direction. That's what I call a ride. Passing by the girls, I hear them talk. I didn't want to upset you, but our coffee shop is being shut down soon. But now we have a club, a great place to spend time after school. ADC, alluring damsel club, lovely. Eric should have heard that. I'm afraid he's in for a surprise. Lovely girls are going to turn the ADC into a girls' club, not so some detective mysteries or discuss Chase or Christie's works. By the way, here's my stop. I switched from the group of still slightly stoned modelers and slip into the next class. Apparently, restless Eric has already found a new victim, a blonde beauty clutching a book to her chest, still doesn't really realize what this energetic boy from another class wants from her. Sherlock Holmes, Hercule Poirot, Alan Pinkerton, Eugene Vidocq, Inspector Gadget. Actually, forget it. It doesn't really matter. The important thing is we can do it. Right now, we'll catch up and overtake them. We can definitely do it. What's your name again? Sabine. So nice that I found you, Sabine, and that we have common interests. The guy virtually points his finger at the book. That makes the girl hastily hide it behind her back. Here's the schedule, here's the application form, sign it. Poor Sabine quickly signs the paper and rushes out of the classroom. That scoundrel is scared that poor beauty. The girl is really pretty though. And so I keep watching her go, completely forgot about my camouflage. When Eric looks around the empty classroom with regret, his gaze meets mine. We are both slightly startled at the same time. I've been out of the habit of direct eye contact for quite some time, and Eric seems delighted. And he comes to us. What a disguise! You have been here all the time, and I haven't even. Are you in this class? No. I shake my head negatively, unsuccessfully trying to figure out how and where to retreat. The other one then? Yes. The guy waves behind his back. I nod. Are we classmates? Why, yes, you are that new guy that skipped class all the time, right? No. I just shake my head while letting out a sigh. What do you mean? You have been gone for a while, haven't you? Yeah. Another nod. What's the point now? I've been exposed anyway. Eric bats his eyelids and then suddenly bursts out laughing. Well, I ain't lucky today. I met the best conspirator of all time. The perfect text is often the most inconspicuous one. Let's work together. And with these words, he hands me an application form. I take the pen and firmly sign the paper. So, two friends study in the same class and sat at the same desk. Between class, one of them lost the money from his briefcase. Aside from that, some friend he was the one who stole the money. We still need to find out if he did it. I didn't give you all the info yet. Nick is standing by the way and surprisingly quiet today. Then she breaks the silence. Without interrupting his voice, she voiced some of her serious thoughts. Friends come and go. Because they have legs. That remark stuns Eric. He even drops his printouts. If this is not some logic puzzle. That's a shame. I love logic. Now my face is contorted too. Even Nick turns her attention away from contemplating the landscape outside the window and stares at her friends. It's so funny, this logic of yours. Well, thank God everything's alright. Evie stays Evie, no one has replaced her. I think her name is kinda symbolic. After all, she is the first woman on Earth from another planet. Eric can't hold it anymore. He turns to the wall and his shoulders start shaking. Hey, are you crying there? No, honey, I think that bastard is laughing. It sounds so threatening that it really eats Eric. Without turning back, he holds out his palm behind him. Like, wait, don't attack, I get it won't happen again. He grunts for the last time, wipes a tear and turns his already serious face to us. Serious, but still red from laughter. Laughing is good, crying is bad, logic. The chairman of the club picks up the printouts, puts them into stack, taps them on the table and says unexpectedly seriously. Now, did we come here to study deductive methods or drink coffee? Nick says nothing. Instead of her, it's Eve who answered the question confidently. Yes. And after a few moments, she adds, Who would like a drink? Eric rolls his eyes and puts the printouts away in his desk. Did he really give up? I don't believe it. All week long he had been trying to implant the love of detecting members of the club. He reads books a lot, presented puzzles, solved them himself, happy with his own success. I admire this intelligent passion. I'm sure he'll make a great police inspector, but... Oh, come on, you two are constantly drink tea. Sabine keeps reading silently, and this guy, what was his name? Mark, is absent all the time, outrageous. Eve looks up from her cup for a second to get a word in. Indeed. Oh, it's so unfair. How I'm absent all the time. I never missed a single meeting. It makes me want to jump out of my chair in the darkest corner of the room and, for example, throw up my hands indignantly. But I'm too lazy to move, and I decide to stay in stealth mode. The chairman tirade doesn't impress Nick at all. She continues to stare out the window. The chemistry teacher got worse. His eyes are red now, he's looking picky, and always this level, and he's tired. Why do you care about him so much? Actually, he's accompanying us on a trip today. Have you forgot already? By the way, what time it is? Can someone check their phone? We end in our phones at the end. School rules. I hid mine. What if the security guard lost it? Except I kind of forgot where I hid it. I'll go check the clock. Wait here. I'll be quick. He heads to the room, not like any girls notice it. I wonder if they'll even listen to him. Eve, let's leave. Where are we going? You have 3 guests. To the Hustle Point, to the zoo, to the internet. Shucks, can I have another one? Bathroom, honey. We are going to the powder room. But I don't have any powder. Can I just pee then? I didn't hear what Nick said in response. The door was closed. So we are left alone, Sabine and I. I really want to look at her, but I'm afraid that she will remember I'm here, notice me, and then get embarrassed and run away. She turns at the last page of her book, sits with her eyes closed for a few moments, sighs, and then gets up. The book is finished. Where she's going now? Let me only safe in here. Sabine does not answer that question. It's not like she's into answering verbally voice a question anyway. She just simply leaves. Our full-time quiet one is gone now. The alluring damsel club is empty now. It's just me alone, not so alluring and not a damsel either. I sighed silently, out of habit, and I'm about to get a little sad, but then Eric breaks into the room with a piece of paper in his hand. Girls, look what they threw at us. This is an outrage. Where is everyone? The meeting is not over yet. I'm so... He stopped mid-sentence, his hand hangs limply by his sides. Sick of it? Eric and I jump. Eve is standing in the doorway. You didn't finish your phrase. You mean sick of it? Eric nods. He is not so gloomy anymore. Eve is here, and that means Nick will join her soon too. I'm fine really. Another mystery solved. However, you could still call me amused and puzzled. Puzzled what? Eric was puzzled. Okay, what have you got there? Oh yes, the note I found. Here. He puts the note on the table and somehow slaps it in his palm. Nick looks at it skeptically and Eve immediately begins to read it. This a trap. We will not get out of school until you solve the crime. What a mystery. What the hell? It was you who wrote it, you bloody detective. Why can't we leave the school? Eric shrinks away. I can't relate. It won't do any good, angry Nick, and he was so happy about the note. I don't know. I just went to check the clock in the hall and the note was stuck to the clock face. See, there's some tape left on the corners. The presence of duct tape convinced Nick, but doesn't calm her down. Alright, get up and go. What a tone. It almost makes me jump up myself, even though the girl addressed our genius of deduction. Everyone leaves the room, leaving me by myself. I'm not sad this time. I'm sad that the plot of another movie about someone else's life is taking a very interesting turn. And I can also try to be a part of it somehow too. I even squeeze my eyes shut in anticipation. Am I finally going to feel alive? I'm about to leave my improvised auditorium consisting of one chair in the dark corner of the club room when Eric suddenly returns with his charming convoy. Escort Nick's eye darts the flash of anger and escort Eve is hopping along while humming something. If it's not your doing, then who did it? How will I know? I'm locking with you too. In an empty school without a phone. An adventure, ta-da! An adventure, ta-tra-la-la! There is a way out of any situation. And if you were hidden, then there will be two. We just need to... No one asking you. It's all yours and your stupid club's fault. Eric wilts a bit. Even Eve quiets down, although I personally agree with her. It's an adventure. But Nick is merciless. For some reason, the perspective of spending the night inside the locked school doesn't seem to be too nice for her. I'll be in charge from now on. First of all, let's sit down and think. Come on, get down. Take these papers and make some suggestions. It's known that when you are writing, you get more great ideas. No objections, no point in arguing with her. We spent some time writing down our ideas, but it was enough to get dark. A little later, Eve's voice breaks its silence. Why is it so dark? Because it's night, honey. Nick answered by rude, but then she realized Eve mentioned only lamps. Then we heard switch clicking. And now we have some jerk knocking out the electricity. Okay, hand over the papers. Papers lusting in the dark. What's the point if you can't see it? Okay, recite it from memory then. Let's start with Eve. I see, Eve go first, and we'll leave something reasonable for last. Wise. First, we'll fry marshmallows on fire. It's delicious and fun. Second, we'll solve some logic puzzles. And third, we'll have a contest for the most interesting story. Fourth, we'll find something edible. I'm pretty hungry. Eric stretched out his hand to the papers and then crumples his own and threw it to the trash. Why? Well, there's nothing really worth on there. Are you saying that you had the same ideas as her? Are you for real? Eric looks away. I bet he's happy that it's dark in here now and no one will see that his face is turning red. Meanwhile, outside the window, the moon leaves its cloudy fort and gets lighter in the room. So, Eric likes Eve, it seems. Oh, now I can make out the letters. Shall I read it again? No need, honey. Now it's my turn. First we'll break a window with a chair. It's pretty sturdy, you know, a part of an anti-terrorist measure. Nick glares at him as if he was one of the installing the windows. Second, find a landline phone. That won't do either. The school PBX is powered by the general network. After saying it, Eric presses into the wall. I'm afraid next look Nick gives him will ignite him or put some holes in his skin. You can try opening the lock with a hairpin then. Do you know how to do that? I can bend a hairpin into a heart shape. I'm pretty strong. It will look very nice. So what we do now? And then I get up from my chair and make everyone flinch. Even Eric. Even lets out a scream. How do you get here? Have you been here the whole time? Look at you. This is a completely new level. Ouch. He stops when he catches Nick staring at him. I go to the table and put my paper down. What is it? So we can see that our name is Mark. Because we say that we try to blend in, but nobody sees us because we are nobody. My suggestion on the topic of the current consultation. So you can talk. I thought you were mute. Why did you talk before? I wasn't asked to. So what's your suggestion then? Read the rest of the note from the clock. What if there are instructions on how to get out of this trap? Nika says nothing. I think it's her turn to get read now. Eric nods happily and he then tries to get the note, but Eve is faster. I'll read it, may I? Alright, go on, Eve. Eve pauses for a moment, turns the paper to the moonlight and begins to run her eyes over the lines. You can read it out loud, you know. Okay, this is a trap. You will not get out of school until you solve the crime committed within these walls. The crime is the theft of a valuable book from Sabine. But it might not be the last of your misadventures. Be careful, the night holds dangers and spooky secrets. The room is silent, but doesn't last too long. So it was her, that brat, who arranged everything, and just returned that idiotic book of her. Big deal, collection edition. I told her then, you need to keep an eye on your things. Oh, she's in trouble now, I am going... Wait, why do you think it was Sabine? Maybe it wasn't her at all. By the way, where is she now? I'm sure I didn't pass her on the way here, and all the rooms are closed now, except for this closed room and... Eric falls silent, but we all say in unison, teacher's room. Together we rush to the door. Wait, please stop, what about the warning? Oh, fine, wait for me. So you're going to the teacher's room because it's where she went, Sabine. Everyone knew that there was a lock in the staff room, but it was faulty. It opens with a nice good kick, literally. You need to pull the door aside and give it a good push. Eric discovered this the other day when he was investigating theft of a class register. He even figured out that the kidnapper by the footprint on the door, which he was very proud of. A flunky who fixed a few of his grades got scolded, and Eric got into his head that is really detective now. But as it turned out, they forgot to change the lock. As we approach the teacher room, everyone slows down and becomes quiet. What if there are traps? A snare or a bucket of acid? She stops, realizing it's a bit too much, although what we expect from a psych who arranges all of this. Or a third under the door. Even these either joking or a serious assumptions did not lighten things up. No one dares to go first, except Eric. He confidently pulls the door handle and lifts his foot, ready to kick, but the door opens without any extra effort. Apparently this bothers him too. He speaks in a whisper. He even forgets to lower his leg, staying in a ridiculous pose. What should we check first? Maybe the closet? Or the fridge? I won't mind eating something. So the closet then. He finally lowers his leg, enters the room, and confidently moves to the double-leaf door, and we crowd behind his back. Turns out Eric is pretty brave guy. He hesitates for a moment and then opens closed. The door makes a screeching noise and all of us let out a scream. There is a body inside. The girls back away. Why I also put my hand over my mouth and take a step back, and Eric stretched out his head to do what? It's okay, it's fake. The body in the closet twitches. Eric screams definitely, jumps up almost to the ceiling and rushed out of the teacher's room. And the body began to fall out of clothes, as if it was going to get out and grab its fleeing prey. Why change it to this now? Interesting. I would have run away too, but our hero knocks me down, and now lying on the floor, I can clearly see as the corpse heads fall off and gently drops on the floor. It's like how you call this? It's not a mouse. How you call it? A hamster. Hamster. It's a hamster. So fluffy. Why they run from this? Come on. The corpse head turns around, peels apart and thrown to a mere scarf. Out of it crawl everyone's favorite school pet, Pocky the hamster. My heart is pounding like crazy. The fear, unlike the corpse, is very real one. I hurry to calm the girls who falls behind me. It's okay, it's just Pocky. Someone left their folded clothes here and put the hamster in them. The zombie apocalypse is cancelled. Nick swears and he, forgetting all her fear, rushed to Pocky to give the poor animal some squeezing. After another "Uchi Uchi, you little fatso, look at your cute nose," a polite to take the stunned animal from the loving girl and return it to its cage. It seemed like the hamster looked at me with gratitude before completely burying himself in the torn newspaper. Might be for the best. What you eat here? Not like brains as we first thought. Can I have your nut? Nick knocks the nut out of his hands and returns it to the rodents. You don't want it, honey. It's bad for you. Eric peeks into the room. He looks guilty and ashamed. Sorry, I was a little taken aback. It shouldn't have moved. It shouldn't have? So it was you. He doesn't even have time to answer. We hear a rustle from the far corner, making us tense up again. We huddle together again and carefully look behind the curtain. Oh my god! The only reason I didn't scream was because the girls just loudly inhale all the air in the room. It's Sabine, a pale face gleaming in the moonlight, her hair scattered to sides and blood. So that's what Note warned us about. There's still a maniac. No, it can't be. Oh, the music, good, the music. And then the dead girl moves and begins to rise. This time we all let out a scream and we rushed out of teacher's room together, making a stampede in the doorway while pushing each other. A few moments later we are in the club room again. Wait, is she dead for real? Is Sabine dead or is like ketchup, something like that? Without a word we hide in the corners, pressing ourselves into the walls, not being able to catch our breath. As if we were the worst asthmatic ninjas in the world. He's still a zombie after all. I want to object, but fear makes my thoughts mix it up. I can't believe all this nonsense. But Sabine, she was there, dead, and now she's... This can't be happening. There's not such things. I don't believe it. I don't... The girl's eyes wide with fear, glitter in the dark. Is she crying? It's complete out of character. She's a strong girl, pretty resolute and taut. Even now, scared to death, she's trying to protect her friend instead of trying to hide. And the terrified Eve curls up and clutches Nick's arm, burying her face in it. She whispers so soft, so pitiful that it makes me want to join her and lament too. Then Nick hugs her and gently pats her back, calming her down. Well, look at this. I didn't expect that troublesome Thorn to have a kind side. Sometimes it's nice to be wrong about people than to find out that you are right. Eric calls our leader because now is the beginning. Because that was to explain what happened until here. Eric also calls leader, white as chalk, presses back into the corner of the dark club room and keeps shattering his teeth. It seems he's having the worst time of anybody. It's time to calm everyone down, but suddenly we hear a muffled noise from the corridor. We stare at the door in awe as approaching footsteps and instinct growl or howl cross the threshold. Holy crap, it's coming this way, it's coming straight off for us. Mommy. He falls. Eric stops shattering his teeth and just goes limp, sinking straight to the floor. His eyes roll back. Perhaps he's lucky, unlike those of us who are still conscious. Little sounds door creaks slowly. Okay, she's alive. That maybe it was like ketchup, like that maybe. What are you guys doing? Don't scare me like that. Is it because of the jam? Okay, it was jam, not ketchup. I already wiped it off. Stop it. It was an accident. The jar just fell and splattered all over me. I was just hungry. Jam? Where? Is there any left? I wouldn't mind hitting some too. I burst out laughing, followed by Nick and Eve. Sabine joins in too. Only Eric could just come to his sense as a blank look on his face. He felt the strongest relief I have ever felt in my life. She's alive, Sabine is alive, Anna am alive, everyone is alive, everything will be fine now, nothing worse can happen, never. Let's go it again, one thing at a time. If this isn't all you're doing, then what were you doing in the teacher's room? The book was so exciting. Sabine paused to take a sip of hot tea. Eva brewed her last tea bag, apparently as a gratitude for the remnants of jam. Well, yes, that explains everything. All the mysteries are solved. The case is closed. I spent all night reading and didn't sleep well, so I finished it in the evening at club meeting. There were no other books, I mean. There was the one in the teacher's room. The teacher took it away from me, so I wouldn't read during class. Today I remember that there is a door, and well, You committed breaking and entering. Eric's voice is full of delight, as if he hadn't just done the same thing a moment ago. I found the book, sat down for a minute, and then fell asleep. Then I woke up, I got angry. I saw the jar and tried to open it. It slipped out of my hands, bounced on the table, and splashed jam everywhere. And then I heard a noise coming from the hallway. I wanted to see who else decided to visit the teacher's room. I laid down on the floor to look out from under the curtain. Then you came in, scared Pocky, then me, then scared yourself. In general, you act pretty weird. It was us who acted weird? Exactly, everyone except me. I'm the only normal one here. Yes, honey, you're right. Well, alright. So what do we do now? Continue from where we left off? So now we are appearing here. And what were you doing again? We were running and shouting. Do you want to join us? It's fun. Eric turns pale and retreats into a corner, reliving the moments of happiness once again, still fresh in his memory. I think I have enough fun for one day. Nick perks up and attacks our chairman. Stop it. It was you who arranged everything. You already let it sleep. Back in the staff room. Eric turns quite shy, his eyes dart. Then he stops, frowns, and... Yes, it was me. You forced me to. You turned Ace the Dead Club into this alluring damsel club. Don't you like it? Are you upset that you are not an alluring damsel? Stop it. That's enough. This is why I want to teach you a lesson. To scare you. And then he calms down, just as suddenly as he got angry a moment ago. Actually, I don't blame him. Although it's his own fault. His recruitment strategy wasn't very picky to begin with. On the other hand, it was necessary to act immediately, otherwise the room would have gone to someone else, and he really wanted to create a detective club. It was his dream. He did everything possible to fulfill it. And in the end, instead of cool detectives, the club consists of some kind of defectives in a professional sense, of course, or of lovely girls, mostly. In fact, I wasn't going to scare you that much. I was going to immediately show that the corpse wasn't real, that it was the first clue. What clue? Well, the quest, I mean. Have you heard of those escape rooms where they lock you in the room and you need to solve the puzzles to get out? They are really fun. You'll like it. And then you could finally understand that the clue is... Anyway, we can find the key, right? Yes, I planned it out thoroughly. I prepared everything when I went to check the time. Consider the quest completed. Give me the key. I don't have it. He wills complete, averting his eyes to the side. He looks lost. I dropped it when I was running away. It fell right into the drain, where there used to be drinking fountain, before the cooler was installed in the cafeteria. Nick rose and rushed to the hall. I'm afraid she will rip up the floors to get out of school. Eric is almost crying. He's so mad at himself and us, such bad detectives. This is so cool. What exactly is cool? Your idea. It's a pity that there is no key. Maybe we can complete the quest without it? The chairman is perking up right before my eyes, although it seems he still can't believe that someone liked his idea. Nick returns. Judging by the look on her face, she couldn't get the key. I clearly remember how sturdy the grate is. I remember accidentally dropping a coin in there on my first day of school. I wouldn't have minded either. What wouldn't you minded? I would have also wanted to complete a quest. I'll bet you without needing a key to get out. It sounds very fun. Nick takes a deep breath, but I managed to quickly add. It was Eve's idea. It isn't hard to see how Nick treats her friend, protects her, agrees with any nonsense she says, and now all Nick's anger has evaporated. She suppressed it and with an effort of will. She nods. Well, if everyone is okay with it, we turn to Sabine, make her a little confused. Yes, of course. I mean, shall we start? And so we do, but give up almost immediately because nothing worked out as planned. It was here, a note, and there is no second clue here either, and the third one too. Someone removed them, but why? We failed to solve a puzzle, and the villain is still here somewhere. Apparently someone is playing this game, and that someone is among us. Most important, we really are in danger, real danger, unlike the hamster and jam. We need a change in perspective, something that will get the ball rolling. I think I have some ideas. Don't worry, the quest just got even more exciting. Now even Eric can participate with us on equal terms. So you are one who did it, to make it even more exciting? No, of course not. I just thought we'll have to think about spending the whole weekend here until school reopens. Her voice is still angry, but she tries not to express her emotions as openly as before. How long can people live without food? Anyone can last a couple of days, but I'd rather not, so we need to take care of finding provisions. The chairman grasps my idea and again takes control of the situation. Just what I needed. I like how Nick takes care of Eve. So I decided to follow her example. To begin with, I need to help Eric get through his failed plan, and at the same time, we will look for some important stuff that can help us get out of here. Everything can be put to good use, from a nail to a microwave oven. Well, that's a great. Life is getting better. I just hope that there is a way out. Though if we get eaten, there will be two ways out. Sometimes Eve really nails it. Let me always save. Because we have a lot of conversation in there. Fair enough, the first thing we find is some marshmallows. Well, we don't really find them. We just scrap up some change and buy them from the vending machine in the hallway with all sorts of goodies inside. Can't say it's the most useful thing in our condition, but it makes Eve really happy. And when we get the spirit lamp from the chemistry teacher desk, Eve almost starts jumping off for joy. We're going to roast marshmallows, a real bonfire party, hooray! A few minutes later we are sitting around an improvised campfire and are actually roasting marshmallows. Eve bites off a tiny piece of still hot, freshly roasted marshmallow and closes her eyes with pleasure. So delicious, it feels like we are on a camping trip. It's night time, there is a bonfire, marshmallows, screams and crops, and romance. At the mention of trip, Nick frowns. Was there something to it? It's hardly any fun to spend your weekend in another city. There's something going on here. The first thing is checked off. Let's move on to the second item of the list. What list? My list of activities. We are done with marshmallows now. The puzzles. Harry, go ahead. You have a lot of them. Oh, look at Eric glowing with happiness. His plan worked in the end. Not the way he thought it would, but still, here we are sitting, waiting for his puzzles. Nowhere to run. Well, that's cool, how they did. One woman loved detective story very much. I think she read Agatha Christie, Loana Kimmels-Cav, Elizabeth George, Carrie Goon, Neil Marsh. Okay, stop, slow down for a moment. Are these names relevant to the puzzle? No, but these are the esteemed classics of women. Woman? So now you're fine with Alluring Damsel Club and you want to join too? No, what nonsense. Okay, the story is, a woman loved the text and her narrow-minded husband laughed at her for that, just like all of you. And one day he said something to her that made her pack up and leave him. What did he say to her? Are you for real? How is it even possible to know such thing? Just guess. Okay, fine, let's try it. He said, your detective novels suck. I'll say to give it a try. He suggests divorce. No. He said the boat did it, or the horse was drugged with chlornidine and she couldn't remember the password. And we have a winner. The man told the ending of every book and the woman was, we remember, loved detective very much. Come on, that's too difficult. No, I can relate to that. I will kill because of spoils. Nick just snorts and Eve smiles triumphantly. There was a nutcase once in America. He killed his brother, sister and his girlfriend. He tossed all their bodies in the well, but by the morning they had all disappeared from it. And only when he killed his mom, she did disappear. Why? Is this from the personal experience? Is that why I haven't seen your mom for a long time? What a meanie. Eric tries his best at entertaining us, and that girl just makes fun of him. Is it about that the mother kept pulling everyone up from the well and burying herself? They were still a family. Since he is not, so perhaps everyone but his mother were figments of his imagination. It seems that she caught up in all the excitement too. Eric seems like he's ready to announce the winner when Eve suddenly blurts out her version. It was a well with 3 wish. He probably ran out of wish. Eric and Nick exchange glance and start applauding. I join in. A good version with magic and a happy ending. Unlike the mystery itself, Eric's stories are all kind of dark. Next one. Once there was a British soldier who aimed at Hitler. Well, that's what I was saying. Now there is Hitler. And then what's next? A torture and dismemberment? And he never shot him. Why? Should I mention the story really did happen during the World War? What a valid piece of Eve. Well, now we will definitely guess it easily. Was he out of ammo? Eric just shakes his head, squintly, slowly. I wonder if he guessed the right answer himself on the first try. He felt pity for him. Bingo! Now Nick and I exchange glance, but we remain silent. Seems like Eric decided to play along with Eve. Well, I don't mind, Nick too. This happened during the First World War, not the second, back then when Hitler was just a career soldier. Besides, he was wounded, finishing him off seemed low to the British. I won't say that it's same as pity, but in his shoes, I will also count the answer as correct. War and corpse. Perhaps that's enough of this stuff. Is there any mystery involving school? Yes, there is one. On the 1st September there was a murder at school. I meant to slap my face with the palm of my hand, but don't say anything. Well, it likes corpse, nothing I can do about it. There were 4 suspects, but all of them had alibis. The director was at the entrance ceremony, the janitor was busy cleaning the floors at the entrance, and Eric glanced briefly at Nike and falters. She keeps smashing our dying chemistry teacher too often. And the math teacher was checking the test. So who was the killer? I think it was the security guard. He had a gun after all. Or was he on duty with a baton? It's school after all. Although a baton is a pretty deadly weapon too if you think about it. So the janitor did it, and after his deed was done he simply washed all traces of the crime. The blood and scattered brains and nails, teeth and torn navel. Why won't you suspect the director too then? Perhaps he's mastermind. The teacher is the only nice guy here, working hard, checking last year's test again for some reason. Oh, of course it's the 1st September, the entrance ceremony, and they already have some tests rated by who knows who. This time I'm the one who starts clapping first. In a moment others join me too. Here's another story. There was an hospital and there was one particular bed at the entrance to the intensive care unit where patients kept dying each Friday. It was like some kind of curse, but they suspect the doctors. They realized it wasn't them after they set up some anagrams. So who is the killer? But there's not enough info. How can we draw a conclusion if there's nothing to analyze to start with? It could hardly be a ghost coincidence. When I was in the hospital we had general cleaning each Friday and it was very correct. You stared at him, puzzled. Correct what? The cleaning lady kept pouring her vacuum cleaner into the nearest outlet, disabling the life support machine in the process. Because of the noise, she couldn't hear the death rattles of dying patients. Come on already, aren't there enough corpses for one today? Harry gets embarrassed and backs up a little, recalling his recent encounters with our plush Walking Dead. Well, at least it got through to him. Okay, fine. Elsmer promised to come back by 8 in the evening, but he came 2 past 8. The wife still made a scene because of the lateness. Why? Any ideas? Was he drunk? It doesn't matter. I think the wife made a scene just because he was late. Maybe he accidentally locked her up and spent all his time waiting for him to come? No, it makes no sense. Or she made a bet with a neighbor about him coming home at the exact time. Or did he come back at 8 in the morning or in the evening? Bingo. And again the trophy goes to our Eve. The girl carefully examines her empty hands, not being able to see the trophy, and stares reproach at Eric. This makes him give his marshmallows as a substitute reward. A man standing on the pavement dropped a tomato from height, but it did not even get dented. But he doesn't have time to finish. Jimmy O. It fell into a puddle. Evie takes a marshmallow out of her mouth, her own unprized one, and confidently declares, "Caught it." That's right, sorry, but I don't have any more. I hand the girl my marshmallow and she puts it in her mouth right along with the other two. A man was playing cards with three of his friends. He accidentally dropped the 7 clubs on the floor, bent down to get it, and surprised there were 7 legs under the table. Nick again doesn't let him to finish the story. One of them was disabled. I had to explain my absolute answer at the same time. They removed their prosthetic, but Eric shook his head, dismissing both arms at once. Did one of the blades bend his leg? Ew. She puts the marshmallow on her palm again and says, then he simply miscalculated. And having sent all 3 marshmallows back into her mouth, she could try to chew up them. Nick glanced at the place of Eric and hands her friend the marshmallow trophy. I wonder where you got so many puzzles from. Books, the web, I don't really remember. It's just that I find the subject interesting, so I remember them easily. It's not like I come up with them myself. Why don't you try it then? Since you are fond of it, you can start with puzzles and then you can start to write books later. Eric paused for a moment, giving a thought to that offer. Then he shakes his head as if he tried to drive away irrelevant thoughts. Let's go through. A man bought an expensive painting at auction, although he knew that he had little value. What for? Was he a fool? Or he has bad taste in art, or simply liked the picture? If he kills the artist, he'll become famous, as it sometimes happens after the death of the artist. And then the picture, oh. It seems that she realized what stupid thought she blurted out. How many artists will have to kill before at least one of them became famous? Then everyone stares at Eve, waiting for the right answer. She tries to say something, but 4 marshmallows stand in her way, and then she draws a rectangle in the air. A painting? The girl nods in her head and repeats the pantomime, but this time she draws a rectangle not with 1, but with 2 fingers. She spreads her index finger and thumb. The frame? The girl nods vigorously again and calms down, concentrated on chewing marshmallows. Absolutely right. The frame the painting was in was pretty expensive. Oh, the girl is not simple as it happens. She beat us again. The puzzle keeps getting more logical, even though as I thought before she was lacking logic. God damn, so many puzzles that he's saying. There are 4 apples in the basket. How will you distribute them to 4 children so that everyone has 1, but 1 apple remains in the basket? This time I figured it out faster than the others. You need to cut each apple in 4 pieces and distribute 3 slices to each child. And if there's no knife or the parts are unequal, Eve is still snuffling with mouthful of marshmallows. She takes a piece of paper, rolls up a small bag, plucks the half-chewed piece of marshmallow right out of her mouth, throws it to the bag and onto Eric. Correct, you should give 1 apple along with the basket itself. Eve snorts contentedly, without stopping chewing. Are we losing to Eve? A boomerang can be thrown so that you will return to the end. But what about the ball? I throw the ball to a dog and it returns to me. And I throw it to a wall and it bounces right back to me. Here comes Eve. Eva takes the bag, crumbles it to the ball, tosses it straight up, and it turns into her palm. We lost again. Oh, gravity, worthless speech. If we had any marshmallows left, the girl would have popped by now. If I have Erica and I don't understand the word, but Nick seems to get it, and she managed to translate it for us. She said she had enough. Cryptographic puzzle next. Continue the row. O-T-T-F-F. Eric and I start out our translator from Eve-ish to woman, but she just shrugs. Then I hand a fountain pen to Eve, and she quickly writes a few characters down. S-S-A-N-T. And write again, next puzzle. Hey, Speed Demon, don't rush. Haven't you forgot something? Oh yes, these were the first letters of the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And further down the list. What a piece of... Okay, it's time to wrap up. The main thing is that Eve had her snack. Let's continue with your quest, Mr. Riddle. And so we leave. We found a bunch of unattended junk and we even managed to get some useful stuff from it. But most valuable finding turns out to be a walkie-talkie. The problem is the school is located in the lowlands, so we need to get to the roof to actually use it. But doors to the stairs they were closed a long time ago, so that students won't spend all day skipping class, of course. There is some kind of magical roof here, no one wants to leave it. We also find a paper cutter that we use to cut the cord hanging from the suspending ceiling. Then we tie it to a bent nail and fish out the key from under the grate with our hand-made fishing rods. But it turns out it doesn't match the lock on the door. At the point, we quickly turns into despair, but then Eve starts wondering what this key is for and tries all doors in the school. It turns out it's the key to the rooftop. We rush up the stairs as if the school building is about to collapse and we'll end up buried in the rubble. I wonder how we managed to keep our legs safe in such rush. When we reach to the roof, we stop and get the walkie-talkie, which immediately grabbed by Nick. Where should I press? What knob should I turn? Don't mess with anything you don't understand. Give it here or you'll break it. He sets it to the first channel and presses the button on the side of the device. Hey, can anyone hear us? Please respond. The walkie-talkie replies with silence and I feel despair coming back. Can anyone hear us? Answer please, it's urgent. Please respond. It sounds quite fearful. I even feel a bit uneasy. Turn back, lift my head and start watching the stars. They are no longer clearly visible. The sun is already coming up after all. Therefore, not enough power. We need to amplify the signal. Although how we will do it? Or maybe we should extend the antenna. We need to find a wire and something metallic. Unless we have the wire and we have a cutter to strip the ends of the wire. And so we connect the walkie-talkie antenna to the one for the TV. Eric holds his breath and flips the switch. There is a hiss. Well, at least it's louder than last time. And then 14 checked the store at Northbridge called and his voice is cut off. Eric swears and fixes the fallen wire. The girls reach out to him. Can you hear me? Please answer. We need help. Respond. Kid, stop messing with broadcast. This is channel 4. Eric doesn't let him finish and pushes the call button. You think I'm ordering a pizza here? I recognize the code, giggle and give the chairman a thumbs up. We are locked in our school without food and water and no one's looking for us. We need help. Roger, wait, 14. It's on your way there. Check the school. The 40th replies something about the engine clear. The walkie-talkie stops making any sound, even the hiss is gone now, so the battery is dead. The only thing left for us is to wait for the police to arrive. That's it, let's wait. So they wait for someone to come, because it's the weekend, don't forget about that. Let me only save, because it was a lot of puzzles. We start waiting. We stand on the roof without even noticing the dawn on the horizon. And then warm light flows all over the seat and reaches to the top of the school. Still, it's a pity that our investigation has reached a dead end. It will be cool to find the perpetrator. What they look for. Who benefit from it? You want to make a real investigation? Only you, Hercule, the desiccated. I think everyone will agree with me. Isn't that right? Who thinks that our detective did it all? It looks like it's really him. At first I all thought it was him, but somehow it's also... While outraged and dumbfounded, Eric gasped for air. The girls turned to me, so I am deciding the vote. If I stand up for him, then opinions will be divided in half. And if I take the side of Nick and Eve, then Eric's guilt will be set by our so-called jury trial. But why do we need this trial at all? I understand perfectly well that our decision will not affect the real state of affairs in any way. We'll just express our opinions. Where is the evidence? But then... Okay, we need to decide. It wasn't Eric. He didn't do it, I'm sure. Do you know something? You know something. So it was you who ruined my quest after all. I didn't say that. No, I didn't ruin anything. But I don't see the point in you spoiling it. It makes no sense. My words get Nick embarrassed. She realized that it makes no sense to blame the victim, but still her stubbornness can't let her admit her mistake. Maybe, alright, whatever. But someone also wants to mess with us. Or mess with Eric. Let's think logically. Eve brightens up. I thought she had already fallen asleep standing up, which is also amazing talent, by the way. Okay, let's begin. Personally, I didn't do it. No proof is even required here. Why this all of a sudden? You need to prove it. Do you think you are better than others? At least I'm not pretending to be a detective. My favorite coffee shop was closed and the club is a perfect place to have tea parties after school. There's no arguing here. The hallway is so-so, to be honest, but we all believe her. Moreover, she was deprived of a trip. Eve was with me almost all the time. We got separated for a few minutes, there you go. We won't be enough for a full-fledged diversion. Mark was in the club room. No, we can't vouch for that. He's very good at hiding. It is making me blush. The praise turns out to be surprisingly pleasant. And yet, he has no motive. However, nobody else does either. But as he is an observer by nature, he likes to sit in an armchair, as if watching TV, and wait for a show to start. Perhaps any possible outcome of this event will be fine with him, but I don't think he will get himself involved. Still, Mark remains under suspicion. Ain't she good? The less suitable for investigative girl turns out to have a nice analytic skills. As I recall, that's why she was asked to join the club in the first place. That leaves Sabine. She's a dark horse, a quiet one. Her book went missing and that's the motive. Besides, she was the one who was away the longest, and she constantly reading detective novels and could have come up with some kind of treachery. Sabine turns pale. I can't read all her emotions now. Resentment, fear, something else, but it definitely upset her. I finally make up my mind. It was me. Nick freezes, forgetting to release the air she had gathered for a speech. Eric stares at me as if seeing me for the first time, and he starts clapping in excitement. I'm not talking about the quest. I was the one who stole Sabine's book. Everyone reacted as intensified. Sabine frowns and tried to make myself clear. I've never been a member of any club. I wasn't invited to be in one, probably because they couldn't notice me. I live other people's lives. I watched what was happening to people, but I didn't interfere. But I'm tired of being invisible. I want to participate in something as equal as a member of a group and not just a spectator. I make a pause, catch my breath, and notice that no one is angry. I think I was pitied. An unexpected, unpleasant feeling. And so I stole the book from the desk. I set it up so that Eric will find it later, and so that he simply did not return it. I kept slipping in books and manga about children locked in school and about investigating crimes committed by someone amongst the victims. Even that gift card for the escape room. Eric didn't win it. I was the one who made this fake lottery on the web. And surprisingly, everything worked. You girls did your part too by acting into his interest and having tea parties. He thought of those planned ideas as his own, and he planned this night for us. Everything didn't go according to plan, but still we got to know each other better. We got closer, I hope. It was the longest speech of my life. I feel tired, as if I were juggling weights instead of talking. I look up and see Sabine's face. She's smiling. Eric's frowning. Nick looks at me like I'm a fool. Eve makes a funny face, and Sabine is smiling. I just want you to notice me. It seems my plan didn't work out the way it was intended either. Have you read the book Puppeteer? No, why would I? It's a love novel. Exactly, I don't read detective stories. I just take dust jackets from them to hide the love novels in everyone's mocking me for reading them. And the novel was about a guy and a girl being unable to take the first step towards each other. I was hoping you will read it and come to the right conclusion, but you turned out to be an amazing goofball. I thought that someone else stole the book and you never got it. Thoughts swarm in my head like a flock of bees. I almost can hear the hum, or is it a police car? One thought buzzed the most till I voice it. So you saw me? Sabine laughs and takes a step towards me. One small step, for the sake of which she had that I've been scheming, stealing, keeping secrets and arranging misdeeds all of this time. I was probably the only one who saw you. Well, what are you going to do now, Mr. Spy? Shall we go to the movies? Hopefully it won't be a detective story. Eric gets offended, the girls laugh, and if I take my girlfriend's hand, gently squeeze her small tether paw. It's so great to be noticed. Ending one, good. So like, only Sabine was paying attention to us. We are like he said, he didn't want to be noticed by nobody, right? He want to be like a nobody in school. But Sabine was always paying attention to us. She knew about us and she wanted us to come forward to talk with her. Not bad, and it was the good ending. So like, I already did all the stories, right? As detectives, yeah. Let me only see in here. So I already play all the stories in here. Because you can see that this was Days Detectives, the Alley of the Worlds, Here There Be, Warming, Nocturne, and Veg. there you go, all 6 stories in one game. Like, it's good. Like, we have good stories in here. Like I said, there is a detective story, romance story, fantasy, that is this, the fantasy, horror, comedy. The Veggies is like is like a story like about rhyming. You can see that, and at the same time it's fun. We have the love story, of course, and the detective story. But they are all good. Every story has a different style of artwork. It's very good. There are some stories like this one and this don't have a choice. They don't have choice. They are strict to the end. You all need to read. The others have choice, but this has more choice. These two and this one only has one that is in the end. But overall, it's a good game because it's one game with 6 stories that some of them have different endings. It's very good, and the art style, even if they are different for each one, they are very good. They are very, very good. So, hope you guys enjoy the full playthrough of Love, Death and Veggies. If you are a big fan of visual novels, I'll say go to Steam and you can buy it in there already. You're gonna have fun with the game. If you are not a big fan of visual novels, I'll say give it a try because you're gonna enjoy the story, the artwork, and you're gonna have fun at the same time. So, hope you guys enjoy it and see you guys next time.